Hello, hello. How we all doing? Hello, Kels. You have survived the ad chill. Congratulations. Yeah. I try to get rid of the ads early to avoid pre-rolls. Welcome in and everybody else dropping by. It is a new week. It is a new time. Hello, Argan. Hope you're doing well. Finishing getting things set up here. So the plan today was to play Petite Planets because I got into the beta, but apparently the email said Monday, April 23rd, and I kind of just didn't put it together. And then when I went to check the website, it was actually on Thursday, and it's Thursday night. So we're going to be playing Petite Planet next week. This week is looking like some ZZZ, some Pokemon Champions on Thursday, and then I'll also be doing some of my prep work for Neverness to Everness on stream. I can't stream the gameplay itself, but we can talk about it, and we can talk about what we know. And if anybody wants to suggest ideas on what they want to see, by all means, I'm willing to hear it. Let's go ahead and jump into some Zenless first. ZZZ quests you've been farming bunny set, but you forgot who for who. It's like, who else? Panyan, who would be like the only other big user right now. Like Seth and Caesar can use it, but Caesar would just use Protopunk instead, and Seth can use Astral Voice. Ben could use it. Would Ben want it over Protopunk? Maybe. It is stronger than Protopunk. I could see Ben and Caesar actually using this. Yeah, if you don't care about the shield strength. Because this would be a stronger buff and it's easier to maintain. Nine hours until HSR, indeed. 8 to 9 hours. I know my friend Senzane, they will be streaming because they're going for Silver Wolf. That would be 4-piece bunny, 2-piece HP. You could also use 2-piece ER. And then for Panyan, who also ER. Because he can typically hit its attack goal with just 2 attack main stats. And having the extra energy is nice. We have to stop pre-farming for Eva to start pre-farming for Firefly because you decided you actually need to use your break team. Alpha's finally gonna get a limited break DPS for the limited break team that was pulled.
I'll show you my real value this time.
According to the calculations, it's a 90% chance you can get Firefly, Ava, and her Sig. Those are pretty good odds. But as a Fire Emblem player, I am always paranoid about that 10%. Also, Kels, thank you for the 25 stream streak. Greatly appreciate it. Sonak's missing twice in a row.
Have a cup of coffee to jumpstart your day. feel lost, you can always come back here for a cup of coffee.
I still need Denny's, right? Still need a lot of Denny's. Oh, actually, I don't need that much Denny's. I think I need like 1.3 mil more.
Hey there, Delulu.
Only a cup of coffee? Can I just take the entire pot? I've been making myself some cup of coffees recently. I like me a good afternoon cup of coffee. That siesta cup. Thank you for the 10 stream streak, Al. It's kind of redundant because you already rocked in Glamora and Enton got fighting and Bug is kind of mid. Bug is kind of mid. When was the last time a Bug type won the World Championship? Pokemon World Championship winning teams. Oh, Bug. Escavalier. Back in Gen 5. Yeah, Bug-type Pokemon has not won Worlds since Gen 5. You just a squeak comp size, just 10 questions compared to the past 50. That is always nice. Optimize the team's drive discs. It's been a good. It's been a bit since we did one of those. Which team would this be for? ZZZ Anby? I don't think they've actually added Anby to the optimizer yet. Or not Anby, Sacia. Let me see if they updated it. Sacia. No, Sacia's not here yet. Yeah, Nongong isn't here either. They haven't updated this patch, which is unfortunate. I forget the set that Escavalier was running, but it was kind of just chilling. What was that? Worlds 2011? Yeah, it was 2011 Worlds. Does anybody have the moveset that was used? Now you got me curious about this Escavalier. Challenge 4-piece bunny, 2-piece ER. She has 27.6k HP. No, there's no other stat goal. I mean, I can take a look at Sacia just off of what you have. I just won't be able to run it through the optimizer. And also are your drive discs leveled? Like all potential drive discs? So we would want to work on that. Because in order for the optimizer to be valuable compared to the checks that we did last week, we would need to have an assortment of drive disks available for it to calculate. If you use adaptability and it's extremely effective, does it deal 8 times damage? Yeah, because it's stab times double weakness, and then the adaptability makes stab 2 times. So it goes 1 times 2 times 2 times 2, and that's 8. I do need to do... I need to use some batteries for area patrol. There's no anything would survive that. Depends what else is up. Stat debuff screens. There's ways to live it. It's unlikely, but there's ways. Unless we can just use the Aspen optimizer. We used the Aspen optimizer last week. Unless you got a bunch of new drive disks. We weren't able to look at Cecilia because you didn't have things leveled. Howard Gem Mech Lamora should one-shot anything fire flying no matter what. It's likely, yeah. But then they hit you with the light screen and the rock berry and whatever move drops special defense. Or not special defense, special attack. What is it? Eerie Impulse? Yeah, Eerie Impulse. Haven't seen any screens in Champions. There's a couple solid screen users. But yeah, not having light clay does make it less valuable. We couldn't look at Cecilia since you pulled her after stream. Oh yeah, you pulled Cecilia off stream. Yeah. I guess we can take a look to see what we got. Yeah, I remember now. Why did I think you had Cecilia when we took a look at it? I don't know. That's my memory. I don't need to do this. But what I do need to do is finish the event. Did I do the new battle trial? Did we do that? Nope. Sounds about right. One day. Is there anything that's Ghost Psychic, Shadow Calyrex, and Lunala? So nothing that you would fight right now. Last Reflex cannot do 8 times to anything, no? What's Pon's attack goal? 3,000. Nice, nice. It's Bernice and Pulcro. Just look at Bernice. Look at the smile on her face. She's just having a good time. Flip tournament against Fire Ground. What Fire Ground? Who's using Mega Camera?
Bernice, if you don't explain to the proxy that whatever cat scratch you wrote is all your idea, I swear I'll...
You... Kitty, you wouldn't ban me from touching your fluffy tail, would you? Please! I'll explain everything clearly to the proxy later.
Did I just hear Pulchra and Bernice talking about me? Maybe I should listen in.
Why is this snooping?
When did I ever let you touch my tail? And this whole thing was because of you insisting on getting involved in the first place.
Oh, come on. Helping friends is only natural. Searching for all kinds of stuff in the hollow is dangerous, you know? How could just you and the proxy be enough?
Bringing you along would only make things more dangerous. Proxy, when did you get here?
I just got here. Bernice, Pulchra, how have you been?
Life in the Outer Ring is the same as always. Let's skip the small talk and get down to business. Bernice should have mentioned it already. I've come across a lucrative job opportunity and could use a proxy's help. That's the gist of it.
That's the gist of it.
That's it? What kind of job opportunity exactly? If it needs a proxy's help, chances are it involves heading into a hollow, right?
To be precise, I need a proxy to help recover some lost items that got left behind in a hollow during the Hollow Champion contest. The contest may look flashy, but plenty of so-called contestants are just half-baked amateurs who fall apart the moment things get dangerous. Our target is the valuable items they left behind in the hollow during the contest.
Proxy, don't let Kitty confuse you. Simply put, we're going into the hollow to scavenge.
Vultures. Yeah.
Never mind. You're not wrong. It basically is scavenging.
If I was right, does that mean there's a reward?
Now you're really pushing your luck. How about you explain the text message to the proxy first?
DM? You mean the one where you asked Bernice to get me to help?
I didn't ask her to get you involved. Whatever she said has nothing to do with me.
You were just too shy to contact the proxy yourself, weren't you?
Proxy, ignore Bernice for now. Whatever's between me and her can wait. Let's stay on topic. You might be thinking
Patches, they've been bringing in a lot of the older agents and voiced.
That idea would have acted by now. But the hollows used in the contest arenas have been heavily altered by ether fluctuations. For ordinary hollow raiders or even a proxy using the usual carrots, just navigating them would be tough. With that in mind, I can guarantee that if you join us, the payoff will be well worth it.
Desolate Land will break other teams. I mean, Desolate Land just makes it so that way you have to use Kyogre or Rayquaza, well, Mega Ray,
With how thoroughly you've looked into this, Pulchra,
which kind of restricts things quite a bit.
And like Bernice said, helping friends is only natural. We'll take this commission, and we're ready to start if you are.
See, I told you, Kitty.
You still be playing the Weather War just with bigger mons, and
Proxy would say yes.
if you're using Groudon, you're doing it against a mon that's
I'll leave everything that
for
follows in your
that can hit you for 4 times weakness.
Wait. You heard everything Bernice and I were talking about just now?
We're going Piper and Bernice. Hello, Trey. You just gotta send in Groudon after Kyogre, and then they take out Kyogre, and then they bring Kyogre back in, and then now you're dealing with rain. Like you're just playing pivots at that point. You're doing the same thing right now in current weather matches.
What do you plan to do with the stuff we find?
It's the same thing. It's just with bigger mons.
Return it to its rightful owner, or sell it off. There are plenty of ways to turn it into cash.
Don't worry, Proxy. Kitty's got a real head for business, you know?
Hollow Raiders. Yeah, having the counter being only one Pokemon is kind of eh. Like there is stuff you can do with it, but it does kick out a lot of other options, especially with them being legendaries.
Doesn't look like there's anything particularly valuable around here.
Don't rush, youngin'. The good stuff always comes at the end.
Because you can use them to counter weather even if you yourself aren't playing weather, and they have to play weather with either of the three legendaries, otherwise they lose. Yeah, it makes you... Like, if you want to play weather, you have to play weather with those three mons. Which eliminates sand and snow teams as comfortable options because they could just get nullified by three legendaries.
No wonder the Hollow Raiders didn't target this place.
You kids are bursting with it. Of course, and then he's done with it!
What's the heat? Those things are loot along with everything else.
Oh, you two are so energetic.
Good old Piper. I mean, if you're playing non-weather teams, you just don't have to worry about that either way. Like, it doesn't matter if there's legendaries or the current meta. If you're just ignoring weather, then you're fine. Adding the weather trio only affects other weather teams, and specifically makes it so that way sand and snow just don't work that well. Right, you get outsped by Sand Rush Extra Drill or hit by low accuracy moves in rain. So it'd be nice to have a way to neutralize it. I mean, you either neutralize it with your own weather, which we would be doing either way, or you play around it. Like if you're worried about getting outsped, you can have a trick room option like Sinistra. If you're worried about low accuracy moves hitting in rain like Hurricane, and you're not playing your own weather, then you just have mons that can take the hit.
Wise, now that we've wrapped up most of the commissions we got lately, how does it feel to be back to proxy life?
Very good. And these past few days, everything just feels the way it's supposed to be.
After everything that's happened, I've lost count how many emergencies forced you to enter the Hollow in person. Now that commissions can finally be handled normally, it almost feels like a rare luxury.
It's Shepard. It's been a long time, Shepard.
Shepard? Based on what you said before, isn't this the perfect time for seasoned intel brokers to be raking it in? I'm surprised you had time to come by.
If you're asking about business at the video store, then yeah, it's been pretty good. But it'd be even better if you signed up for a membership.
Funny as always. I can sign up for a membership anytime, but the kind of job I've got right here, this doesn't come around every day. I personally picked this commission and saved it just for you. Don't you think I deserve a little applause?
You picked the perfect time to show up. Belle and I happen to be free today. Don't tell me. You've been keeping a close eye on our every move.
Oh, come on now. If anything, it just proves that even after all this time, we still work perfectly together. Or could it be you've made so much lately that my commissions are nothing to you now?
It's the hard commission. We shall
Enough
see.
chit-chat. Whether we take the job depends on how much good faith you're prepared to show.
Of course. I'm coming to you with a serious offer. Speaking of which, this commission is pretty much right up your alley. Lately, an area of the Hollow that used to be fairly stable has undergone drastic ether fluctuations for unknown reasons. Rare ether turbulence and fissures have surged, and the usual carrots no longer work at all. Several of my regular clients ran into serious trouble there over the past few days. None of them could do anything about it, so one after another they came to me for help. If a brave proxy could step forward and recalculate the Hollow data for them...
Calculating Hollow data is indeed what we're good at. But the regular clients you mentioned, they're offering terms worthy of a seasoned broker, I assume. After all, a brand new set of Hollow data from an area with ether turbulence isn't something you can get your hands on with just a few measly
I was playing
clicks.
hardball.
You two. When have I ever been stingy about payment? Besides, this data is far more valuable to my clients than you might think. And their offer is very convincing.
All right then, we'll take the commission.
Just as expected of my most capable partners. I'll be waiting for your good news then.
We getting everybody here. But where's Venus and Kami North? Press 1 to start an accepted commission. I get it, because 1's the hotkey. Alright, what do we got going on here?
The ether concentration in this area is strange.
Calculation initiated. Retrieving hollow information.
My things are ready.
Watch out for the ether turbulence.
Ow. I guess I just not allowed to get a quick assist done sooner. I see how it is.
The ether turbulence is growing stronger. Stay safe. We can't let these ethereals run loose.
Avarice.
I can't really control my strength.
Oh no, this is Scorps. What am I saying? This is not Avarice. Wrong ball. Ow. And that's done. An unidentified person in the ether turbulence zone. A tall, purple-haired woman dressed in black. I wonder who it could be. I wonder who could it be? Last one to do. Hey, it's Venus! Let's go. Venus! Yeah!
Every time I stand in front of the newsstand, I can't help but want to buy a scratch card, even though my luck's never been great.
Well, I'm not sure if I should say this, but my luck isn't all that great either.
Maybe the two of us together will turn our bad luck into good luck. Let's grab a scratch card and see what happens.
It's golden. The ice cream.
It's the ultra rare grand prize. Looks like your luck is better than you thought after all.
This is our shared good luck. I buy a scratch card every time I come to the newsstand, and this is the first time I've ever seen the grand prize.
Come to think of it, are you a regular at the newsstand, Venus? I don't think I've ever run into you here before.
I usually buy newspapers from Grandma Eve at Lumina Square, so I don't come to the newsstand on 6th Street very often. For intel brokers like us, and proxies too, keeping up with current events is essential. If you want to become a great proxy, make sure you remember this.
I get that keeping up with the news is important, but what does that have to do with becoming a great proxy?
See, that's where you're missing the bigger picture. TOPS, HIA, and even HSO all have some very capable agents. These are hidden connections we normally wouldn't have access to.
Yep, normally would not have access to agents like that.
We can use the news to keep track of what they're up to. That way, when an opportunity to meet them comes up, we'll be ready to seize it.
Don't see, but Venus, you don't need to read the news if you're in the news.
Wow, that makes a lot of sense. All right, I'll remember that.
You've got a lot of potential as a proxy, but as your guide, I can't help sharing a few tips now and then. So don't get annoyed at my unsolicited advice, okay? Let me see. Is there anything noteworthy in today's
This feels like a
news?
1.0 event. I mean, it's got a lot of 1.x agents.
You haven't had any TOPS-related commissions lately, have you?
Why do you ask? Is something wrong with TOPS?
Take a look at this. TOPS plagued by internal mismanagement. Confidential projects leaked. Internal investigations are underway. Though TOPS-related commissions tend to pay very well, it's better to be cautious with their requests lately. Otherwise, I'd really worry about you.
Those are all just baseless rumors.
Oh, hello, TOPS customer representative.
Dailes? What are you doing on 6th Street?
Hello, Roxy. Just think of me as taking a little stroll on 6th Street while I'm off the clock.
No, it's okay, Yotsuki. You can stay.
Miss, the news you're reading? The reporter comes from a notorious, unscrupulous media outlet. All this nonsense is just clickbait.
And this is?
This is my friend. She's just passing through and stopped by to say hello.
Oh, hello. You mean this is fake news?
Fake
It's not
news.
necessarily completely fake news, but it definitely exaggerates the facts. But I do agree with your point. It's better not to get involved in Tops's mess. One wrong move, and you might see things and people you're not supposed to.
I have a feeling there's more to what Dailes just said. Was she trying to hint at something?
What are you thinking, Proxy? If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. See you next time.
Your friend has a strong personality. Anyway, she just said it's best not to get involved with TOPS, so you really need to be careful.
All right, I promise. I definitely won't do anything that will make you worry.
That's good. Looks like there are people coming this way. Let's go somewhere else.
Just hanging out with Venus. Place on 6th Street with Carfidi. Carfidi. I mean, this is graffiti. I don't know if it makes it Carfidi. I do appreciate that these benches look like skateboard decks. In fact, they might actually be skateboard decks, just repurposed. Although they're a bit long to skateboard, maybe longboard. Luther. Do we know Luther? I don't think so, no. Luther Vukovic.
Wise, why are you back so soon? Did something go wrong with the commission?
Well, the client canceled commission at the last minute due to personal reasons. Venus and I also came across a few things today that raised some concerns.
Yes, did everybody see the dev video that was put out yesterday for Zenless, where they teased some of the 3.0 content that's coming? If you did not, I would recommend checking it out. Victor posted it into the ZZZ General. They talked a lot about the new area. Also, hello Ghosty, thank you for the posture check. As I figure out my posture. Yeah, they showed off the new area, some of the new art concepts for it. They also teased some of the story ongoings with Faithin. It's interesting stuff. Definitely recommend taking a look at it. They did also confirm the anniversary is going to be in 3.1, which leads me to believe that 2.8 and or 3.0 might be shorter patches than usual. Yeah, keep in mind 3.1 is the anniversary patch. Hello.
Searching now. Deep search completed as requested by Second Assistant. The results have been compiled and are ready for your review, Master.
Let me see. A tech company. And it looks like they're applying for a patent for something called an ether collector?
Comparison complete.
New account? No, this is my main. We're just doing the current event.
Match with the ethereal decoy in your possession and can be classified as the same item.
I didn't expect to find a lead about the ethereal decoy like this.
It all comes back together.
Ether collectors, still under development, were deliberately funneled into Internaut and sold to contestants in the Hollow Champion contest? Was Venus's commission canceled because the item the client was looking for is in our possession?
Your weekly lab this week only took you 10 minutes. Nice. You saw Shepard talking about Venus. Yeah, they brought back a lot of 1.x characters, which is always nice to see.
According to publicly available TOPS records, the company has entered liquidation proceedings, and all mid to senior level researchers, including Luther Vukovic, are currently under investigation. The specific reasons have not been disclosed.
So that rumor in the newspaper might actually have some truth to it after all. And Dailes showing up on 6th Street was probably no coincidence either. These past few commissions have all been tied to the Hollow Champion contest in Tops, one way or another. And the agents who entered the Hollow even ran into that weirdo again.
You feel like 1.0 to 1.2 was your favorite vibe-wise? Cool. There are definitely a good amount of memorable moments. Maybe because it was early ZZZ for me. Like Jane Seth shenanigans I look back at fondly.
Attention to ourselves over something unnecessary. After all, Phaethon is an independent proxy. Let's just leave it. I'll pass the information about the ethereal decoy to Rain later. How she handles it is up to her.
I just wanted to get back to that simple, fulfilling life of a proxy. And yet we almost got pulled into another...
Nice and relaxing that. Oh dear God, it's a godlike
Any
thing.
ordinary commissions left for an average proxy to just enjoy life?
We gotta up the stakes. They did mention they wanted to have some more vibes going into 3.x. And the art definitely showed it. I think there can be a good balance of good vibes and high stakes.
Well, be careful what you say. What we've been doing lately isn't exactly the kind of video store business we can talk about out loud.
Okay, that is all done. I mean, I would have appreciated if early 2.x had more lighthearted moments in between. But I also do like... It also has like 2 of my favorite patches, even with that. As shown by my tier list that I made a while back. Do I need to buy anything in the logistics shop? Buy this. Save those for later. Buy this. I just wish the minute we get on the island our ship crashes or something. They gotta let you know it's real serious now. I don't think I need these deep cleaning service cards anymore. I think I did everything. I'll check. Let me see. Export. Where did Kels go? Oh. Kels might be watching the 3.0 video. Maybe. Yeah, I already auto-completed everything. So now I don't have anything to use these tickets on. Okay, so that's the event done. I still need to take care of it on my alt. We're gonna take care of that real quick. I did get Cecilia, yes. You're obsessed with Linnea, 10 out of 10. You need autocomplete for that Geppetto mission. I see. I was trying to see if I could run crit damage. DD4 on seed. Too many of my units are holding things. Am I going to pull for the 2.8 agents? I am getting Premia on my main and Starlight Billy on my alt. And the 3.0 agents will probably go on my alt as well, unless I like need them for a character on my main. This is definitely my best ED1. This is 7 substats as well. Most likely skipping both, but Premia is tempting. Oh, I do also have this that I can use. Or this one. I have to see what I have here. You want to? Your PC was running fine. Your Cosme bike background was turned off. I see. Probably like this, but then do I have a DD6? I have that one. What does this hit? 80%? So that's 95 in combat. That's pretty good. 21, 24, 30, 35 substat. Seed Engine is top 3 for you in animation. It do be pretty good. And I also like that it's shaped like a heart. Can I find more crit rate? I don't have anything to swap unless this rolls crit rate. It did not. Yeah, I can't swap these 2 pieces, and I want the 2-piece crit rate. Then it's like, what are we doing on these other slots? That has a ton of crit rate. This could have more, but I don't know if I have as good of a piece. No. Is the audio turned off for it on stream? No. Should have a heartbeat audio effect. No, I think you have to go into the details for it. Yeah. Doesn't show up here. So in terms of crit rate, I think this is the best that I have at the moment. I'll take this for now.
Yahoo! Seed at your service.
Let's do a quick run of UCC with this. See how it feels, and then we'll move on to my ult. Yeah, it's at 95%. I just wanted to see if I could greedily take some more.
Please forgive me for stealing the moonlight.
I am the Eye of Obel.
You know, Yahoo! You know, I really like your scent. Wata.
Alright, let's see what we can do with this set.
Not over yet.
Gosh, I didn't get that defensive assist, but I wanted to.
Keep distance. Sustain fire.
And my mouse is in the wrong setting.
Not over yet.
Too slow.
Oops, I can't really control my strength.
Eradication mode activate.
I didn't mean to do that.
Keep up the pressure.
That whole rotation's butchered.
Adjusting for wind.
So we start off with CDX here.
Omen barrage.
Oops, I can't really control my
Then we
strength.
go into basic. Trigger EX.
Making fire. It's your turn to blossom. Don't leave just yet. Not give him a full salvo, Senior.
Lock on. Order received. Initiate rush attack.
This bullet.
And then we can go into the next stun window here.
Oops, I can't You're not getting away. Not over yet.
Keep distance. Sustain fire.
Oops, I can't really control my strength.
Recalibrating.
I'm hitting not a good leg.
Not over yet. Definitely not my type. Going a little harder won't hurt. CPU. Time to surrender. Oops, I can't really control my strength.
I haven't figured out the best way to line up my decibels.
My bullets are one with the wind.
Not over yet. You can't escape my chains. Pretty firebird. Don't leave just yet. Need a shower? It's
I also did not mean to switch this trigger there.
treating the back. Too late to run now.
Eradication mode activated.
Please don't hurt. Not over yet.
Okay. 45k and Cecilia just pile driving into the ground. We'll take that. Is that... I think that's a new record for me. Cecilia do a barrel roll. Do a barrel roll. Is that 39, 92? Yeah, that's a new high score. I'll take it. That puts us comfortably in top 2%. How many pulls am I at now? 57 with 0 pity. Wait, 0 pity. Oh yeah, because I got to see at like what, 80 pulls or something. Did I import this? I did not. Let me import this real quick. Because saying do a barrel roll for now for old will stay in your head forever. I can't say that is part of my culture, but I'm happy for you, Yotsugi. For obvious reasons. I did not dive deep into Five Nights at Freddy's lore. Do a single from one? No. No. Yeah, I threw a couple pulls trying to get Cecia's weapon, but that didn't show up. Maybe if they decide to like rerun Dial-In, I might go for Dial-In's weapon. Just because Dial-In's good for my Yishunguang and my Hugo. But for now, I'm gonna take care of some stuff on my alt account. I almost have enough Denny's. It's like 2 more days worth of Denny's I need. Let me switch over to my alt. Yes, it was 78 pity to get Colada and then 80 pity for Cecilia. My W engine luck has been kind of crazy. It's been kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. 17 pulls for Seed Sig, 11 for Nongong Sig, 14 for Arya Sig, 60 for Suna, but we won the 75-25. I have not lost the 75-25 on my W engine banner since Trigger? Yeah, since Trigger release. So you know what? I'll take it. But it also, even with all those wins, I'm still only at a 75-25 win rate because I was losing so many before that. I lost for Ellen, I lost for Caesar, I lost for Astra. And then I lost on Trigger. Need you to do my next W engine pulse. My alt's not doing too bad either because I'm sitting on a guarantee from a double. We got this beautiful pull right here. Also, why am I here? I shouldn't be here. My stamp cap? No. Why am I here? What, the B engine was wrathful? That's Banyua's Sig. I haven't pulled anything on this account since Banyua's banner. And I got Banyua 84 pulls. It took 75 to get Rena, and then another 10 pull got me Banyua. We'll see how my Billy pulls decide to treat me. I'm hoping they do a teaser for the 3.x characters on the live stream on Friday. Because I'd like to know who's going to be a must pull on my main over the next few months. Playable Yeshi Yuan, please and thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I do need to do... No, I don't. Okay. So we're just going to do area patrol. More summit. More Yonkoi. That's what happens when this account's basically a rupture main. I'm hoping to diversify this account come 3.x. Like maybe get an anomaly team going for it that isn't relying on Yuzuha. Yes, I could have pulled Angels of Delusion here, but I wanted Ari on my main. I'm hoping to get an anomaly team. I'm hoping maybe like another electric option. Because Harumasa without limited teammates Well, he does have Qingyi. That's how we kind of been getting by for now. Getting another option would be nice. The commissions event shouldn't take too long on my alt, since it's the majority are cutscenes. Like the combat sections are maybe like 2 minutes each. HP scaling anomaly, maybe? One day? Who knows? Might be sooner than we think. Nothing too crazy from today's drive discs, though. Let's take care of this event real quick. It's speed running time.
Long time no see, Phaethon.
Sorry, I don't have the XSplit set up. Or Live Split, not XSplit. XSplit is a streaming software.
Feels like it's been a long time since we last worked together, Lycon.
It's an honor to once again fight alongside you, Master Proxy.
Several ethereals detected ahead. Please prepare for combat.
Is that all?
Well, this hollow is meant for the contest. Most ethereals have already been defeated and converted into points by the participants.
So why do we think this company has been working on an ethereal collector? We trying to make sacrifices out here in Tops?
So this is a Proxy's intuition, huh?
So many of them. All the remaining ethereals in the hollow must be here.
Don't worry. Victoria Housekeeping will take care of everything for you.
We know in the trailer about Tops, their goal is to make it to Roscalifer, the city in the sky. So maybe this ethereal collection, this ether collection, has something to do with that.
We really watching this one? Looks like.
The lore implications are truly astounding. And I really hope they do a teaser for 3.x on Friday, like I am praying. With the new area being feeling like it's inspired by like the United Kingdom and Britain and all that good stuff. I would like to see if Star Rail isn't going to make Scroolum playable, they should make Scroolum playable in ZZZ and putting Scroolum in the British zone. It makes sense enough, you know? Like I'm just saying we need playable Scroolum. And I'll take playable Scroolum somewhere. I don't need to pick a specific Bangbu here, but let's grab Resna. Where are my Scroolum enjoyers at?
Faint human biosignal detected. Calculating the optimal rescue route.
Actually, I don't need to interact with these. I can just go straight through.
Enemies are closing in. Let's take them out first.
What a nuisance. To the skies.
Yeah, this won't take us too long. All of 10 minutes, if anything. And then from there, we can take a quick look at Yotsugi's team and see what we can optimize there. Yeah, this is done. I'm trying to talk to Belle. Exiting out doesn't get rid of the notification. We already had this conversation, Shepard. You just don't know it yet.
Bernice, if you don't...
And then once we take a look at Yotsugi's team, then we will move on to Neverness to Everness. Because we can take a look at what I've been working on and my brainstorming.
Sell it off. There are plenty of ways to turn it into cash.
Don't worry, Pop.
And we can also make sure that my explanations for different mechanics make sense. I was doing some testing in the beta client they gave me yesterday, trying to understand how some of the numbers work. I can't say I understand all of them yet. Most of them translate similarly to like what we've seen in other gacha games, but there's this cycle rate, which is what determines the Esper cycles, which is the reactions in Neverness to Everness. And I can't say I know entirely what those numbers mean yet. I've seen people say that the cycle rate is a gauge of 100, and that the Esper cycle is a gauge of 100, and the cycle rate corresponds to that. But from what I've done, that's just not true.
No wonder the Hollow Raiders didn't target this place. Monsters like this
And I haven't been able to find any conclusive testing on it.
What's the heat? Don't sit and put a loot along with everything else.
You two are so energetic.
As far as I know, there hasn't been any published definitive understanding about how Esper cycles are generated, which I find very important for team building. On the bright side, the couple teams that I tested based off of my brainstorming seem to be working pretty well. It's just finding a rotation that lines things up the way you want it to that I have to figure out, and that depends on understanding Esper cycles. That's like my only major roadblock at the moment towards understanding the mechanics. There is some neat stuff like being able to swap cancel on a lot of the different animations, similar to how we do in Zenless and Wuwa.
The ether concentration in this area is strange.
Calculation initiated. Retrieving hollow information.
Watch out for the ether turbulence.
I dodged the attack, but then got hit by the ether turbulence. What can you do? Now we have to deal with good old corpse mechanics. So that's all the combat done. We just gotta skip a couple cutscenes and we'll be all good. And then I talk to the Dailes. If anybody is doing research on Neverness to Everness in preparation for the launch and finds information relating to Esper cycles and the cycle rate specifically, please let me know, because I want to see what other people are discovering so I can try to gain a better understanding.
Wise, why are you back so soon? Did something go...
And that's the event done. For anybody who's in it just for the polychromes, it's a pretty quick one. Or who has alt account like me. Did I get everything I wanted to out of the point exchange? Yeah, I did. At least for this month. Do I want this tag? What does this look like? It's okay. What about this one? What's the default? There is no default. How am I supposed to live without a tag? I guess I'll get the matching one. There we go. I need... What was I gonna get out of this? Thrall. I was gonna get Thrall. Not that I need more weekly mats, not that I think about it, but I still buy them. I think that's good for everything that I would need to buy this month from the shop. Yutsugi, are you still around? Yutsugi. You are here. Okay. Let's... If you are ready, we can take a look to see what we can do with what you have. I can't guarantee we'll be able to do much, but I am willing to take a look. Because as the title of the stream states, we are going off vibes until I swap into Neverness to Everness stiff. Oh, now you decide to roll attack percent on the APDD4 when it's on the HP piece. Of course you do. Of course you do. I knew it was going to happen as soon as I saw that. This is basically like +2. I'll hold on to it. Why'd it roll into pen so much? So much. Let's go ahead and get switched over. Why did I just switch over to my main account? I must remember what I'm doing. Do you remember the very first night of September? Okay, so we are on Yotsugi's account, and Yotsugi's got a Sasia team to take care of. So we have Sasia without Sig, so her damage matters less. Who are you using the third slot again? Astra? Astra till you grab Trigger. So with Astra and Trigger, you could opt to use Astra Voice. That's what I've been using, and I feel it's been working pretty well. Do you have pieces, is the question. Doesn't look like it at the moment. Which is fine. Just another route you can go. We'll work off of Don's Bloom. We do want to prioritize Seeds damage. We did take a look at this earlier. But let's see. So what are the potential sets we can use? So Don's Bloom is our 4-piece. That's definitely what we want to use there. As for 2 pieces, we have a few routes we can go that we can check out. So Branch, Astral, Woodpecker. I suppose Puffer, but we're going to lean away from Puffer just because of the defense shred. But if it's got good substats, still might be worth using. What else can we do here? I think, Thunder Battle. That's another option. And I believe that is it. Yes. Let's check out main stats. We're looking for either crit rate or crit damage. For DD5, attack or damage percent, ideally. And then attack DD6. Unfortunate. Do you want me to hold off on robbing people's pieces? Depends on who. You see, I did say we were going to lean away from pen ratio 2-piece. Yeah, no, there's not. Zhu Yuan or Ellen is fine. Yeah, because taking this from Zhu Yuan could prove useful. Because if we have a crit damage... She was on 4-piece Woodpecker. Because I was thinking maybe we take... We swap. So we take this DD4 from Evelyn and this DD6 from Zhu Yuan. Maybe the DD5 from Evelyn, but then I don't know if we would have an alternative for Evelyn. This we can at least, like, we have another piece we can give her. What are we doing on the left side here? This is a 6 substat piece, so I don't expect to need to replace it. Looks like we're going Woodpecker, so let me just clear this stuff out. Yeah, this looks to be our best one. This is also 6 substats. Maybe this will roll better? No, still worth holding on to. Because if we get like an HP scaling basic attack unit. And this is also 6 substats. Crit rate still goes down pretty much because we don't have that many crit rolls. So even with this, it looks like compared to my build, yours leans more into crit damage than crit rate. So it looks like we will be going crit rate instead. So if that's the case, we don't necessarily need two-piece woodpecker all that much. Give this back. Put these back up. What do we have for crit rate? No, yeah, I do think that the Astral Voice is probably your best two-piece available right now. Yeah, I don't see much upgrades for Seed at the moment because you don't have any replacements for, unless this like rolls completely into crit rate. Do we roll the last one? No, because then it's only 4 substats. It's not worth it. If it rolled one more time into crit damage, I would have rolled for the plus 15, but it is what it is. Yeah, if we wanted to upgrade Seed further, it would be getting more options here. Potentially Dawn's Bloom options. That way your two-piece would be more flexible, because then you could start using 2 pieces from the left side, and that would help you find potentially more options. Well, there's nothing too crazy at the moment. Indeed. Before we get into Cecilia, give me just a second. Alrighty, and we are back. Hope you all are doing well. Okay, remember to take off the sticky note. And let's take a quick look at Cecilia. So we opted to go for the Dawn Bloom route. What do we got going on here for potential pieces? We don't want to steal from Seed because Seed is the main DPS on this team. Doesn't look like we really have any other options at the moment for the right side. Unless there's an upgrade here, potentially. No. I mean, that's pretty good. That's solid. Is there a better one? Maybe on one of these supports? Oh. Maybe. Not for Cecilia, but you are getting Lucia. And this is a pretty good Lucia piece. So we'll call it a future investment. We can only use Dawn's Bloom here. This would have to roll all 4 times into crit to be better than this piece. Nope. 5 substats. Can we do better? This would have to roll all 4 times. Nope. I think the main issue right now is you just don't have enough good pieces to work with. Like, we literally have no options for the right side. It's just... these are the pieces that we have. And it's fine. You literally pulled her without realizing you were going to get her. It was a funny 10 pull. We're just looking at where we're at right now. I would level her W engine, of course. Sure, you're probably working on that and her core F. Hello, ODL. Welcome in, welcome in. Lucia mentioned. I gotta mention Lucia at least once a stream, Kels, you know? Gotta remind you. It's going well. We're just looking at Yotsugi's Seed Cecilia team right now. And then in a moment, we'll be looking at some Neverness to Everness, doing some brainstorming for some videos coming up. Came to you after Seed took care of everything. I would say once you finish taking care of Cecilia's skills and her W engine, probably just sit in Dawn's Bloom, the Dawn's Bloom stage for a couple weeks. So you can get a good selection of pieces available. Because it would provide upgrades for the both of them. And then the Moonlight pieces you can use towards Lucia. Yeah, just sit in Dawn's Bloom. Sit in that relics. If you have Lucia pre-farmed, we'll see if she's rerunning. She's probably rerunning, but we'll see on Friday if she's rerunning. So long as you have Lucia pre-farmed, you can just spend the rest of the time sitting in the Dawn's Bloom stage. Is there a good like pre-farm guide out there? You might do it for her. Boy, do I have the link for you. Will you be able to guarantee Lucia?
I really like your scent.
If she's phase 2 alongside Billy, then you'd be able to roll a 50-50 on her. You wouldn't have enough to guarantee her, so it might be better to hold off on pre-farming. Because you may not get her. I usually advise on holding off on pre-farming if you can't guarantee the unit. It would be very unfortunate to miss her though. You're buying BP and you got monthly. The thing is, if it's like 1.7, so 1.7 was the finale of 1.x, and it was a very quiet patch. At that point, we got, let me see at the spreadsheet here. If you bookmark the link and you update the sheet, does the link change? No, the link does not change. I'd have to make a whole new spreadsheet. Got some other cash you save for safety. At 1.7 was a 98 pull patch, so with monthly and weekly. If it's a 6-week patch, that would be around 120 pulls, which would not be enough to guarantee a S-rank agent. The problem is, my concern at the moment is the duration of 2.8 and 3.0, because they said 3.1 is anniversary. If they follow a 6-week schedule, 3.1 would not be anniversary. Anniversary would be week 2 of 3.0. But they said 3.1 is anniversary, which leads me to believe that they may be shortening both 2.8 and 3.0. Or at least one of them. We'll have a better idea on during the live stream, because they'll at least give us the dates for 2.8. Maybe they'll give us the dates for 3.0, like how Star Rail did. You got the rest of this update, though. The update's 2 weeks. As it's cooking hard. Surely they skip 2.8? No, can't skip 2.8. It's got Billy. We need Billy content. They confirmed that 2.8 is the Premier Billy patch, 3.0 will be the intro into the new area, and looks like it'll be focused on Belina, and then 3.1 is anniversary. You would need to have another 40 pulls in this patch. Which, I mean, with monthly, you'd get... We got 2 weeks, so 2 weeks, 90 to 900... You get about a 10 pull... There's like 20 or so pulls left. The story only gives like 2 pulls. There's not much in the story because it's pretty short this time around. My doggo's upset.
My dream seems to have become a reality.
Apologies, I had to console my dog. They started doing maintenance work in our utility closet outside, and she's not happy about it. Maintenance isn't until 2 hours. That's a different kind of maintenance. Anything else that can clear up Yotsugi before we move on to Neverness shenanigans? It's 2 hours from now. Star Rail maintenance is in 2 hours. Sounds good. Let's go ahead and get logged out of Yotsugi's account. Hello, Vinox. Welcome in, welcome in. How do I want to pull this up for y'all? Let's get this here. Let's get this. Let's get this. Y'all can see all my details. Well, not all of them. All my NtE details. We also need music. I did see a couple NtE BGM playlists out there. Oh, there's one. I was using these to find background music. Key takeaway is just hard farm Don's Bloom, pretty much. I need my browser. Okay, so y'all know how much I like spreadsheets. You know about the quick guides sheet that we made for ZZZ. Got all that good stuff. We got Cecilia, all that lovely time. While I am not making quick guides for NtE yet, I did start working on a spreadsheet, mostly to note down my team ideas. We're pro spreadsheet in this chat. I'm glad to hear it, because otherwise there would be many concerns. My goal right now, I have a couple video ideas that I've been working on. One of them is just going over how characters work and the different so things such as their manifestation or their element, what kind of weapon types are available, the combat roles. Not only are there combat roles, but there's tags behind those combat roles that determine what they want to do or how they do what they want to do. then I'm also planning videos on the Esper cycle and Esper reaction system. So that's the elemental reaction system itself. And then more detailed guides on the consoles, which is the gearing system. Think like relics from Genshin, drive or artifacts from Genshin, drive discs from ZZZ, so on and so forth. Am I going to cover how reactions work? Are there reactions? Yes. To give a general idea of how Esper cycles work. So there are 6 elements. You can see the elements in this circle here. So starting from the top, going clockwise, it is Cosmos, Anima, Incantation, Chaos, Psyche, and Lakshana. These 6 elements comprise the Esper system, and there are reactions similar how you would see reactions in Genshin, but also different. So the elements can react together. As for which elements can react together, any element can react with the element on either side. So Cosmos at the top here can react with Lakshana or Anima, but it cannot react with any of the other 3 elements. Incantation, meanwhile, can react with Anima and Chaos, and so on and so forth. So each element will have 2 other elements that it can have a duo reaction with. There are also triple reactions, which are the top half and the bottom half. So if you do a Lakshana and Cosmos reaction, and then you do a Anima and Cosmos reaction, that will lead into a charge reaction. Meanwhile, you have, if you do Psyche and Chaos plus Chaos and Incantation, you will get a Discord. It's a Discord reaction. And those are all noted here. Each of the reactions has their own effects. Some of them apply debuffs, some apply dots. Discord mentioned. Who is the best to pick in the free selector and NtE? I don't have a definitive statement on which standard is the best standard. I will say from my brainstorming, Sakiri seems the most flexible, like she has the most different teams she can go in. Which triple reaction do I like more? Personally, I like Discord. Probably because I like Daffodil. But also, the way that Discord works is that it deals a percentage of the target's break, which is like their stun meter. It's off-brand Herda. Are you talking about Zhou Yuan? Discord is the bottom half, yes. Let me see if I can find like a colored picture. NtE Esper cycle. There we go. So that, I don't know why I said psyched. It's just Psyche. There's no D. So has this bottom. That's what we were getting at. I see. I would say, so I was trying to come up with teams because one of the videos that I wanted to make was what teams can you build depending on what standard unit you select, because at 50 pulls on the standard banner, you can select one of these 3 6-stars. Or not 6 stars, that's Enfield. One of these S-class Espers. And I wanted to have teams ready for the people who picked them. It's perfectly fine to have preference. That's true. We don't shame. So this is where I was trying to come up with teams, and I came up with teams in 3 different levels of investments. So that's free to play, which is just the free, absolutely free units, and the 2 gacha A ranks being Edgar and Skia. Unless if you like Chaos, he's an NPC. No, Chaos is fine too. I kind of like Chaos. He's chill. So the free-to-play section is all the free characters, plus the 2 gacha A ranks, and then 1 standard unit. So this is if you didn't get anything except the 1 standard S-class from the selector. It's like, what do you do? I also have the next step, which is budget. So it's the same thing, but this time, what if you get 2 standards? So what if you waited to get a standard character off of the pity, and then you use the selector to get another standard character? So now you have 2 different standard characters along with the free characters. So a bit more flexibility there. And then the premium version is the unlimited. So this is where you get your Nanali, your Hotori, as many standard S classes as you need. These are the 3 different investment levels that I tried to come up with ideas for. Some characters were easier to come up with ideas for than others, because as of right now, I don't have a good free-to-play team that I can recommend for Baichang or Daffodil, because they really want each other. If you get both, you're chilling, because then you can just play them both with like Adler and Hania. Aurelia might also work here, but we don't know Aurelia's kit. I don't know if she's supposed to be like a main DPS or a support. We'll have to see. But at the very least, you can run Hania Adler, and it would be fine. This enables the Discord reaction, which is what Daffodil wants, because she is centered around breaks. It also enables Scorch for Baichang, which is through dots. Adler helps enable dots as well, and Haniel is a solid attack buffer. One thing that I forgot to mention about the Esper cycles, so I did note that there are these reactions. Each character has an enhancement for one of these reactions. So if we're looking at Nanali, good old Nanali, first limited unit, she has an enhancement for Blossom. Normally, Blossom will summon like 1 Vita Bud, or it's like this little fountain that shows up, and it'll shoot 5 pistols at the enemy. These will do some damage in an AoE, and you can summon up to so many buds at a time. Nanali will buff this, so instead of doing 5 pistols, each bud will shoot 10, and the interval is cut from 2 seconds to 1 second. So she doubles the amount and she doubles the speed. Mint also enhances Blossom by expanding the AoE damage. Hotori enhances Blossom by allowing them to attack even during her time stop mechanics, so on and so forth. The reason Baichang wants Daffodil is because it gets access to Scorch. Daffodil is currently our only Chaos unit, where Lacrimosa should be the next one, if she shows up in 1.1. But Baichang with a Chaos unit, he gets to not only inflict the initial dot, but then he gets to copy that dot whenever he inflicts a power word on a target affected by this dot. So he can just stack dots on the enemy. If you are able to get Sakiri, Baichang, and Daffodil together, Sakiri also enhances the damage of dot for each dot on the target up to 100%. And then Adler has a couple debuffs available. The 20% attack isn't too crazy, it's more so survivability, but the 10% Esper res shed and 10% break efficiency are pretty solid small buffs. So when thinking up these initial teams, I was thinking, okay, who's going to be the main DPS on this team? What reaction is their kit based around off of? And what teammates do I need to put around them to enable that reaction? Which is why with Baichang, it's like, well, he needs Daffodil, but I can't put Baichang and Daffodil as free-to-play with my rule set because that's 2 standard units, and I'm trying to work with only 1, and they're the one. But as soon as you get the other for them, you're pretty chillin'. The other characters are a lot more flexible. Like I mentioned with Sakiri, Sakiri can play on both sides. So she can play with Min, she can play with Nanli, she can play with Baichang. She can even play with like Chiz if you're using Hathor Jo Yuen. Because she can buff Jo Yuen's damage. And also provides an attack buff through her ultimate. So in terms of flexibility, I would say Sakiri is the most flexible from what I've seen. Can you use double Hu Tao though? I mean, it's right there. You can play double Hu Tao. It's Sakiri and Mint that are both voiced by her, right? I'm not crazy. Yeah. Yeah, you can play double Hu Tao. So the Mint Zero Adler core is a pretty solid free-to-play core. Because Adler, you use Mint as your main DPS. Zero enables Mint's Esper Cycle enhancement. Adler enables Mint's damage. So while these two sides are separated, essentially, there are interactions between Anima and Incantation and Lakshana and Psyche. And these reactions actually buff each other. So if you do Psyche and Lakshana, it applies a 20% Psyche and Lakshana damage vuln for 12 seconds. So that's really good for Skia. If you want to do like crazy Fadia damage, this would also be good here. And then Hex works similarly, but instead of being a damage vuln, it's an additional instance of follow-up attack damage equal to 20% of the Anima Incantation damage taken. I tested this last night, and it does seem to be just an unmitigated 20%. For those of you who have played Star Rail, it kind of functions like true damage, where it's an additional damage instance that's based off of the initial damage that you did, but is not affected. The additional damage itself is not affected by the by defenses and such. Sakiri is pretty much Baby Hu Tao because they both have ghost pets. That's fair, that's fair. Give me just a second. Okay, so going back to the standard units. So we have the Mint Zero Adler core, which is pretty solid. From what I can tell, Zero is... the MC is pretty solid. The main thing about the MC is that their skill procs what's known as an instant cycle. How Esper cycles normally work is that there is a gauge that you have to build up, and that gauge can be built up through basics, skills, and parries. Yeah, once it's full, you're able to swap to another character, and that's how you trigger the reaction. So if you're playing Mint, and Mint fills her gauge to 100%, there'll be an icon indicating on any applicable Esper cycles. So on this team, that would be Sakiri, Zero, or Adler. You could swap to any of them and activate their respective Esper cycle. Zero says that takes too much time. When Zero uses their skill, they automatically get a cycle to any applicable character. So that would be any Anima or Lakshana character. So you could you could get really fast cycles by filling up the gauge on one character, going to 0, and then having 0 instant cycle to another character. In this team, the example would be fill it up on Sakiri. Alright, yeah, you can fill it up on Mint. And then once you fill it up on Mint, you swap to Sakiri. Sakiri activates the Esper cycle. You can ult to activate her attack buff. And then you go to 0. Use 0 skill. That goes back to Mint. And that lets you activate the Blossom effect. So now you have Hex up for the additional damage. And you have Blossom up. And you can do that within the span of a couple seconds. Zero cycling. I'd be interested in seeing what people do with 0 Esper cycles. There's an arc. Arcs are the weapons in this game. There was an arc that I saw that provided buffs if you had at least 3 of the same element. And I'm interested in seeing what people do with like mono or near mono elements. Although, looking at it, the only teams that could do that are Anima. Well, actually, no. There's a few teams now that I think about it. It's really Lakshana and Chaos that can't do it, but all the other elements can. The issue is that I don't know if some of these teams aren't really going to work like that. Incantation can work because it's just Adler and Sakiri buffing Baichang. But Mint and Nanali really want field time. When Nanali activates her buff, you don't want to swap off her. Because if swapping off her removes the buff. And Mint wants field time because she wants to be doing like dodge counters. Is Mono Husbando viable? Mono Husbando. Not yet. I'm trying to think like how close you can get. You can go like Baichang Adler, but Baichang needs Daffodil. Skia. We could go like Skia 0. You would need at least one. You would need at least one female unit, but you could do like Skia 0 Joyuen Adler. If you wanted to play. If you wanted to min-max your husbando ratio. And that would work fine. Because Skia and 0 get the Remoro reaction, which is what Skia wants. And then Adler can buff Joyuen. Along with providing some shields for the team, which aren't absolutely vital, but it's nice for comfiness. Thank you for the hydrate, Chaos. I have been talking a lot. Maybe eventually we can run Mono Husbando more comfortably. As of right now, I would say 3's the max. Because we're missing male units in Chaos and Psyche, which completely eliminates that section of the board. And Baichang wants to play with Daffodil. Oh, that messed up. Am I going to be in VC for HSR Annie? I might not be in VC, but Senzane, my homie, they will be streaming. So if anything, I'll be lurking in Sen's stream. Chaos, what do you mean I'm right here? Chaos, are you a husbando? Will you make Mono Husbando happen? HSR is currently Archer and Saber only on banner. It's perfect. We get to know your friend for HSR instead of you. I was thinking of doing stream a little later, and then anybody who wants to see Star Rail content can hang out with Sen. My friend, indeed. I didn't mean to close that. I haven't gone over these 3 characters. Jo Yuen can also run the Mint Zero Adler trio. These 3 characters are completely free through story, so nice for Jo Yuen enjoyers. Zero enables the Blossom enhancement for Jo Yuen and Mint. Adler enables Hex to buff Mint and Jo Yuen's damage. You meant shout out? You're right, I should shout out. That's how this works, right? I have to make sure I'm doing the right one because their socials are a little different depending on platform. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, that's my homie. That's my homie Sen. They'll be streaming Star Rail. They'll be pulling Silver Wolf. They don't stream too often because of work, but when they do, it's probably a Star Rail banner. Imagine being a streamer not knowing shout out. I'm sorry. Proceeds to give out their private Twitter page. Just gotta make sure, you know. Another team that Jo Yuen can run that's pretty free to play is Skia Zero Adler. So as I mentioned before, with the Husbando team, Skia gets enabled for Remora reactions through Zero. Haniel is an attack buffer and also provides the Stain reaction, which buffs Skia's damage even further. And Jo Yuen's here just to act as a burst DPS. Isn't rating someone in direct shout outing yourselves? I guess a little bit, yeah. Hathor would pretty much run the exact same teams. Hathor enables charge with Mint and Zero, which gives more energy for Mint, which means more ultimates. And then she appreciates the Remora and Stain reactions in the Skia Zero Haniel team. Padia would also run the Skia team. And then, so these assumptions that for team building, I kind of wrote them down here. As of right now, I'm assuming only one main DPS will function on a team. Based off of reading their kits and the testing that I did. I'm not sure how comfortable running 2 main DPS will be. Nanali especially. Really just wants the field time to herself. Like when she activates her buffs, she wants 12 seconds of field time on her own. So that takes away from field time for other potential main DPS. Thank you for the stretch redeem. Baichong wants to set up his power words. Skia wants to be in his skill. And Mint wants to be doing dodge counters. And Chiz literally denies people from charging their ultimates while she's on field. So from what I can tell, the main DPS are pretty hungry for field time. Burst DPS, they don't demand field time too much, but they also, from what I can tell, don't make great use of it. I was trying out Hathor yesterday, and Hathor's whole thing is... Give me a sec. Hathor's whole thing is this express delivery power. She can get it on dodge counters once every 5 seconds. And this express delivery power can give her ultimate energy. She can stack up to 6. Yeah, up to 6. And in her ultimate, she buffs her skill. But she can use buff versions of her skill depending on how many stacks that she has. And she needs 6 stacks to do her full combo. So her whole setup is getting enough express delivery power stacks, go into ultimate, pop off in the ultimate, and the ultimate takes all of like 5 seconds to go through. Hence burst DPS. I'm not sure why this is in Chinese. This was not in Chinese earlier. This is her Remora enhancement. Oh, wait a second. The duration of the late effect on the target is extended to 12 seconds, and the critical hit rate of all team members is increased by 10% when attacking targets affected by delay. Interesting. This might be pulling from the Chinese client because the Chinese version is coming out early. If she has a team-wide crit rate buff, that's kind of good. Doesn't change the team she wants to be in, but it makes the teams that she is in better. Because now she's giving crit rate potentially to like Skia, to Mint, Chiz, Zhou Yuan. Team-wide crit rate is a nice buff. I don't know how much field time Hathor can take up for it to be worth it. If you're running like 2 burst DPS together, then maybe. But her basics don't give express delivery power. So if you're not getting dodges, you're not really stacking things up. And her skill cooldown is 16 seconds. Do I think Pokemon will ever add a bug type legendary? Maybe one day. Maybe one day. We got a bug type mythical. Maybe the Pokemon Wind legendary will be a bug type. You never know. And I haven't done too much hands-on testing with Zhou Yuan, but let me take a look at her kit real quick. So her kit is based off of these Rose Pack bullets. She can land through her basics, so she might be able to take up some more field time. Maybe like a Zhou Yuan Hathor duo. Put 0 in there to enable charge. And then run either Sakiri or Haniel for buffs. I'm trying to remember what she wants to do again. She applies debuffs, so she gains stacks of bullets through her basics, and then she can use her hold basic to apply a pact using those bullets, and that will deal damage over time. As for whether or not it's considered a dot, I don't see any mention of it here. Keep forgetting paradoxes aren't legendaries. They are not legendaries, though. Paradoxes are kind of... I would probably put them in a similar tier... I put them like right below pseudos. Although some are pseudo strength. And so Joyuan builds up bullets, then she consumes those bullets to build up a pack. That pack deals damage over time. Her skill just allows her to do more of that while immediately establishing a pact. And then her ultimate lets her proc those pacts. So this is kind of like a Kafka ult, but for herself. Kafka from Star Rail. You want a Mega Spiritomb that makes him weak to nothing again? Just play Electros. Electros is weak to nothing. Binds targets not affected by Fatal Rose Pack when Vita pistols hit them. Trigger an additional sentiment on targets already bound. So she really wants the reaction. Yeah, I think you could spend more field time on Joyuan than you can on Hathor. Who are the other burst DPS? Body is kind of like a burst DPS. She doesn't have a tag, but she's basically a burst DPS. Daffodil is a burst DPS. Hotori. Daffodil, Hotori. And that's it for now. Oh, and Zero. Although Zero being a burst DPS is pretty self-explanatory. Because they just skill and ult. Well, ult then skill. What do we want to take a look at next? We can for the burst DPS. So there's Hotori, there's Daffodil. And who am I forgetting? Who am I forgetting? I think that's it. First. We went over Zero. We went over Hathor. Yeah, so it's just Hotori and Daffodil. Let's take a look at Daffodil because we'll get her first. Hotori's not for a couple weeks. I was using Daffodil, but admittedly, I definitely was not using her properly. So let's see what's going on in her basic. Her basic doesn't seem to be doing anything too crazy. She does get additional break damage contribution on her basic, so she can take up a bit more field time with that if you're trying to break quickly. Other than that, it doesn't look like she has anything too crazy on her basics. She has 2 different skills. Her first skill will give her resonance stacks and increases the damage when any team member casts a support skill. Does that have a duration? Grants resonance stacks and increases damage when any team member casts a support skill. Increases resonance damage and break per support skill cast up to 2 stacks. Enhances resonance and replaces it with echoes when the stacks reach maximum. So she wants allies to commit to their support skills because that buffs up her skill. When 2 support skills happen, it replaces it with an enhanced version. Looking at the damage scaling, let's see what's going on here. So this is her normal skill ratio. That's 495 plus 134 plus 81. So it's a 710 MV on the normal version. Oh no! Oh no! I messed up the calcs. For some reason I thought this times 5 was for the 99%, and it is not. It's a 596 MV. 596. Seems like they're the same MV. I missed something here? 67 times 5 plus 99 plus 162. Yeah. This just does it in less hits. Interesting. I'll have to go further into testing this. In terms of cycle rate, it has the same cycle rate, so that's what I mentioned. That increases the gauge for the Esper cycles, or the reactions. We can see the damage bonus and the break bonus per stack, so this can go up to 100% damage and 2.5% break bonus. That seems kind of low, but maybe I'm missing something on the calc. Just sounds like a small number. Her ultimate gives her insight, so this gives her additional break damage. So using this right before breaking enemies will allow her to deal more damage upon breaking. Automatically cast Phantom Step when switching to Daffodil from another character during battle. While targets are present, deals high damage and break it instantly charges Finale to full if Phantom Step successfully performs a parry attack. Cast Crossblades first, which is... Where's Crossblades? Oh, Crossblades is her support skill, yeah. And then automatically performs a Phantom Step. Treats a successful parry attack from Crossblades as a successful Phantom Step parry attack in this case. So that's nice, so that you don't have to parry with the second hit. That would be really awkward in terms of timing. I Thank you for Switch Games for the follow. Appreciate it. The hype is almost here indeed. Hope you're doing well. We're just here brainstorming, trying to figure out some ideas for what people want to see for videos, making sure people are prepared for NtE when it launches next week. Right now I'm trying to familiarize myself with the burst DPS. You're a bit sick, but cool. I'm figuring out their moves and stuff. I hope you feel better soon. Rest up, drink water. I like to drink orange juice. A lot of orange juice. But I hope you feel better soon. And thank you for dropping in. Yeah, I did get the opportunity to join their beta, so I was able to put out a video on the gacha system earlier this week. I have some trying out some stuff off stream. I can't stream the game, but I can make videos for it, and trying to use that opportunity to get some info out. You got to play the last beta as well. Nice, nice. You got any favorites you're looking forward to getting? For me, I started being interested in NtE for Nonali, so I'm looking forward to getting her. But I also like Daffodil and Fadia and Baichang as well. And we got Hotori in a couple weeks after the game launches. It's mainly these three for launch. I gotta say, I like the cast a lot more overall than I thought I was going to. So looking at Daffodil's kit, she seems to revolve around support skills, including unlocking her own enhanced support skills with her ultimate. Daffodil is cool, you believe you pulled them all but Lacrimosa. And Lacrimosa is one that I haven't gotten to try yet, but from what I understand, in the previous beta, she was a dot main DPS, which does interest me. I don't know if I'll be pulling for her, but we'll have to see. Shooting off, sounds good, Argon. You have a good night, rest up. Thank you for dropping in. Yeah, I would say out of the burst DPS that we've seen so far, Joyuan is the only one that can really make use of field time. Going off of my first impressions, at least. Because Joyuan can actually fuel her mechanic through her basics. What about Hotori? We got Hotori coming. Nothing too crazy on our basics here. We have the non-closed timepiece. This fills up over time, right? Cord support skills and redirect skills used to our allies for the next 10 seconds, or 5 seconds. It's a 3 per use. So her skill allows her to record damage from support skills and redirect skills used by allies. Hello, Big Pern Gamer. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. She wasn't in that spot. She is definitely a support, but she's also categorized as a burst DPS because of her ultimate. So when she fully charges her non-close timepiece, she can deal a bunch of damage instantly, and then she gets an enhanced basic attack string that she can do. And then her non-close timepiece also allows her to replay the damage that she recorded from her skill. So she kind of feels like Fadia, where she's providing utility for the most part, and then she comes in every once in a while to hurt. Like one of her passives is literally just increasing the finisher's damage. What I'm trying to understand based off of her skills is rotates his pointer slowly clockwise over time. Does this charge up when she's off field? I would assume it does. Is there any old beta gameplay footage that would be helpful here? Let me see if I can find any. Yeah, let's look at CBT2. See what we got going on here. I just want to see if this charges. Oh, this is with the old UI. They did update this UI. I would say it definitely improved. So that was her ultimate. Let me see here. So this is the timepiece gauge. I need to see. This is her doing her basic string. That's her finisher. She just got to charge it back up immediately. Why does she get to charge that to full? Has no cooldown or ultimate energy cost. Well, that would explain it. When non-close timepiece energy is fully charged. So it's based off of the timepiece. They must have changed these numbers around because this says her skill costs 60. Yeah, things might have changed here, but she wasn't in CBT3. You have a good one, Vinox. Thank you for dropping in. This footage might not be too helpful to us, but let's take a look here. I just want to know, does this charge when she's off field? But considering this is a showcase for her, I don't know if they're going to show it. No, it doesn't look like they swap off of her anytime soon. Let's see, maybe this footage? No, maybe. I'm not finding anything at the moment. If anybody finds confirmation on if Hotori charges this off-field, I would greatly appreciate it. Yeah, we won't know when CN launches, because unless she's like in the story. If she shows up in the story as like a trial character, then we could know from there. But other than that, we may not know until she comes out. It is what it is. So long, I would assume this charges when she's off field, because then she wouldn't be a burst DPS. Like if she can't charge her gauge from off field, that kind of breaks up her whole kit from allowing a main DPS. It caps at 120. She needs 60 to record. But she needs 120 to activate her ultimate. And she can only record the latest one, right? Each character is also recorded at most once. So you'll have to decide on if you want the character to use a redirect skill or a support skill. I'm very interested in seeing how people line up these rotations, because between mechanics like the Esper cycle, you lining up Esper cycles with buff times, with ultimate windows, with the bosses breaking, and especially rotations outside of stun windows. I'm very curious to see what people come up with. So far, I would say Zhou Yuan is the only burst DPS that can use up field time, though. At least use field time efficiently. The other burst DPS feel like they want a main DPS alongside them. And then I'm interested in seeing if Aurelia maybe allows for a more comfortable free-to-play team for Baichang and or Daffodil. Free-to-play assuming you get no understandard units, so just the free units and then the A rank. Free units and A ranks. Which the only A ranks that aren't free are Skia and Edgar. But from what I can tell, Edgar doesn't seem to be too crazy, because all he does is heal. And I haven't seen this. Edgar will be good, like if you do value that comfort of healing. But also you could just use Adler, or if you get Fadia, use Fadia. And they have other utility or damage. I'm also not sure how I feel about this. So Edgar enhances the charge reaction, instantly filling a character's ultimate gauge. But it also disables the ultimate gain from the Blossom reaction activating charge. And that has a cooldown of 30 seconds. 30 seconds feels like a lot to not be able to do charges again. How about the Jellyfish Girl? Is there anything on her since nobody has played her? Nothing available yet, from what I've seen. But I'm sure we'll see stuff once the CN client comes out. Once I get more information on her, I want to focus my early videos on what everybody's going to be getting access to. So that's mainly the free and standard units. But I'd like to do something for Chiz, for the standard units. Maybe do like one video on just the free characters themselves. I'm thinking of how I want to structure these videos. I know I want to at least do a standard selector video. I'm debating if I want to do a dedicated Chiz video or just do a free unit video. I'm undecided on that. And then, of course, videos on the limited units. And then other ideas that I was thinking of. Well, y'all can't see that at all. So Beyond the Rails is one of the endgame modes. Logic behind team building, so kind of like the logic that I used to come up with these teams. The Esper cycle system itself. Consoles, which is the gear. These are some of the ideas of videos that I was looking at. Was there anything else I was considering? I haven't dived deep into it yet, but from what I can tell, the City Tycoon content will be important for progression. There's the boss challenges to consider as well. What were those boss challenges called? I know the bosses are anomalies, but I can't remember what the bosses are called. Going back to Aurelia, so based off of her trailer, so not the first impressions, the blah 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 blah, the containment rehearsal. Based off of her containment rehearsal, I'm getting the vibe that she's a main DPS. Because her kit seems to rely on her being on field. But we'll have to see. Also, the music stopped. Okay, let me see. Where did they talk about these boss fights? Oh, just high-risk commissions. Yes. I don't know if I'll necessarily do like full guides on the high-risk commissions, but at least like clear showcases. City Tycoon will definitely be important because City Tycoon is how you get Chiz and all of her dupes and her weapon and weapon dupes. So people will certainly be interested in that if they want to be building the max dupe Chiz. And if anyone has any other ideas for NtE content that they'd like to see from me, I do have a channel, a content suggestions channel in the Discord. If you join the Discord, you can always send me what you'd like to see. I also plan on doing videos for Zenless Zone Zero, which is another gacha that I play. So you can also suggest stuff for that. Yeah, I think I'm good with this video list for now. My plan is to line up, start working on Zenless videos as we go into 3.0 and 3.x. Because it'll give me... There's enough time between NtE launch and Zenless 3.0 that I can actually prepare for things and do proper Zenless content. I'd say these two videos up top here are like the ones that I want to do within this week. Because making sure people understand how elements work and how gearing works will be good. Let's make some notes. So the first thing that comes to Esper cycles that we need to understand is the manifestations. I think I already took notes of this on this section. Yeah. Manifestations are what they call elements in this game, and there are the 6 elements. Each element can react with the elements. On either side of the circle. So each element can react with the elements on either side of the circle. So an example would be Cosmos reacting with Anima, or Lakshana, or Anima, as we mentioned earlier. Not anime. NtE is very anime. Have to check out my YouTube when the game comes out for help on the characters. By all means, I do have a video pinned. It should still be pinned unless it blew itself up. Yes, it is. That has a summary of the live stream, and then you can also subscribe there so you can get notifications when I upload more videos. We're just gonna call this element to make it easier. Hello, Lonely Tree. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. We're doing some brainstorming for an NtE content. I'm doing well, and I'm glad to hear you're doing good. You will once on your phone, but want to on stream here? No worries. Thank you for chilling. So how do we explain the triple Esper cycle? So the way, triple Esper cycles, it's not like Genshin per se, where, so in Genshin, with the Dendro reactions, you would apply like Hydro plus Dendro, and then you would add Electro or Pyro on top of it. But this involves two pairs instead of just 3 elements. You have to do Cosmos plus Lakshana and Cosmos plus Anima. Involving 2 duo reactions. On the bottom half. Having the chart as a visual for this is definitely helpful. This will be much easier to explain. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. It's much easier to explain with the visual. So you need to do either these 2 plus these 2, or these 2 plus these 2. You don't get any of this, you just know press buttons. Fair enough. I hope they don't change the names of these reactions before the game comes out. So if you can do the reaction separately and get Remora or Blossom, but if you do them together, you get Charge. And then, from what I can tell, the reactions that happen on both sides, so Hexed and Stained, are kind of special because they don't have any characters with enhancements. But maybe we'll get characters that enhance the effect in the future. No, that's Stain is Lakshana plus Psyche. And Hex is Anima plus Incantation. Stain and Hex are reactions on opposite sides of the Esper circle that buff the damage of both elements rather than applying a special effect. So, whereas we see Remora slows down enemies and applies attack speed, Blossom summons the buds, Nova applies the debuff for mental damage. But Stain and Hex don't do any of that. They just like, you deal bigger number, and that's it. Specifically 20% bigger number. I would say that Hex probably has more potential benefit than Stain, because Stain is a damage vuln, which means if we get other sources of damage vuln, this loses effective value. It would likely still be useful, it's just it wouldn't be like 20% extra damage all the time. Hex's additional follow-up attack instance, provided that there's not a mechanic that mitigates or blocks follow-up attack damage, this is always an extra 20% damage. Just something that I just thought about, trying to think of like the difference between the two. I know why they made this follow-up attack damage. It's because of Nonali. Well, that's partially the reason, because Nonali is also follow-up attack based. I do find it interesting that they made sure to differentiate these two in some capacity. Okay, let me... I forgot to get a picture of Aurelia. Give me just a sec. Because I like having pictures for the characters, because pictures are pretty. I gotta load this up on Critter real quick. Yeah, it's good. Aurelia, Aurelia, where are you? There you are. There we go. See, now it's pretty. We got everybody's pretty face here. I like how half of our free characters are just pink-haired girls. Technically, Mint is also pink-haired. She's got that strand. So we went over the elements, we went over how they react, the triple reactions, the special reactions of Stain and Hex. The enhancements for each character, they're referred to as Esper Cycle enhancements. Or is that just something I made up? We'll go with 0. So everybody gets 0. Actually, it might be better to use Mint as an example, because Mint is just Blossom instead of Charge. at least your main DPS as their Esper cycle. Early on, depending on what people get for teammates, it may be difficult to guarantee the Esper cycle. An easy example of that is Chiz. There is no way for Chiz to get it unless you use like Mint and get Hathor. But then Mint would kind of just be an anima bot, just applying anima when you need her to. But Hathor, same with Skia if you get Jo Yuan, which is why I'm not big on using Mint or Skia with Chiz. Ideally, you would get Jo Yuan and Hathor, or just get one of them and then play a generic buffer. Adler buffs Jo Yuan's damage, Haniel buffs Hathor's damage. Both of them also apply some utility that helps Chiz out. And then Zero's doing Zero things. Zero's just kind of good. I'm not going to say Zero's busted, but for a free unit, for being the protagonist, they're doing a pretty good job so far. With the instant cycle, they got a little bit of healing on them. One of their awakenings is an attack buff for the team. Or not one of their awakenings. I don't know if we'll get this though, because this is at 6 awakenings. I don't think they're going to give us a 6-0 from the start. But being able to use their ultimate frequently. Is this database available to everyone? Yeah, this is Everness.info. It's one of the websites that I found to be particularly helpful for summarizing information. You're trying to do all the research, there is the link there. My pleasure. Yep. While Hada Studio has given me the opportunity to play the game before it came out, having this website, one, lets me access the information more easily rather than like scrolling through the game, and two, lets me talk about it with you all on stream, which is always nice. So I thank the community members who create websites and resources like this. Yeah, I didn't get into any of the betas prior, but I was brought on as an official creator, and that allowed me to play the beta. So I've been using that to study up, so I can create these guides like this Esper Cycle guide. We went through the elements, the Esper cycles, the Esper cycle enhancements. Now it's how to get. Taking notes is good, especially when these games combat can get very complicated. That it can. I do think the combat is easy to approach. I would say it doesn't require you to learn everything all at once. But if you want to play it well and if you want to do endgame content, doing some research definitely helps out. And this is something I do with like nearly every game I play. I just enjoy doing this research. I enjoy mapping things out. Stuff like this spreadsheet here, this is stuff I would make for myself in my free time. And I just decided to make it a bit prettier so I can share it with other people. I do plan to make this public at one point or another. I just want to make sure that my recommendations here work in practice, which is why I haven't made this public yet. Used to do a lot of woo-woo, and then now you kind of just play the story and some side stuff. Fair enough, fair enough. I did play woo-woo during like early 2.x, but my main gachas at the moment, definitely Zenless Zone Zero. That's been my biggest one since it came out. I also play Star Rail regularly. And then I was playing Enfield and Persona 5X, but I kind of stepped away from those two to work on some other stuff. And also play some single player games like Pokemon Pokopia. Seen a lot of streamers do ZZZ combat, looks fun. ZZZ combat is fantastic. If you haven't tried ZZZ yet, I highly recommend it. I've been playing it for nearly 2 straight years. And it is definitely up there as one of my favorite gacha games. And NtE is looking to be pretty similar. ZZZ is annoying you with their character design. I know people have some criticisms about the character design, but overall I quite like them. My favorites being Lycon and Yanagi. One of the main reasons you got back into it. Nice, nice. You know, stop leaning so much into the kinks. I mean, I'm not really bothered by it personally. Like, it's definitely not what sells me on the character. But I'm also not necessarily offended by it. Like, I know there was a lot of criticism on Seed when she came out, but all I saw was big robot dad with small child, and then that child now pilots the big robot dad, and that's just cool. Also, Seed's story makes me cry every time I think about it, so I'm always a sucker for feels. The Esper cycle state is the one thing that I feel hasn't been fully dissected as of yet. Fair enough, Kels. There's this cycle rates. The concept of cycle rates is something that I've seen a lot of different information on. Octopus looking girl is cool. Yidhari? Yeah, I didn't think I'd like Yidhari. Like, when they first did the drip marketing, I wasn't too impressed with Yidhari. But then I played her story and I'm like, oh no, wait, no, this character is great. Like, after playing Yidhari through story, and on top of her gameplay being one of my favorites, it's like, no, I like Yidhari. We like Yidhari. With the one with the white dress? Oh, you might be talking about Nangong. Different He's got the octopus hair. Yidhari is an octopus styron. But yeah, Nangong has like the taco hair. Nangong's cool too. The one with the white dress would be Aria, who's my favorite out of that faction. Premia also. From the theory that I've seen on Krampus, which is Premia's faction, is that they're based off of like circus acts. So Dailes being a contortionist, Banyue being a lion, Zhao being a magician, or like the bunny magician, and then Premia being an escape artist. Wonder what that girl that makes you think of Candyland. Candyland. Yuzuha? Is she like red hair? Twin tails? Escape artists are not naked. But she's not naked. She doesn't... She's not... Like, it's closer to a swimsuit than like an actual suit. Blue hair. Blue hair and makes you think of Candyland. Well, in terms of blue hair, there's Lucia and there's Seed. But I'm not sure if either of them makes me think of Candyland. At the end of the big promotion trailer, where she's interviewed everyone. I'm not sure what you're referencing. Big promotion trailer. There's only 2 blue-haired characters. Let me get them pulled up here. There's Seed. And there's Lucia. Could be a 3.x character. No, there's only a couple characters teased for 3.x, and that's Valina and Norma, and neither of them have blue hair. Norma's blonde, and Valina has white hair. These are the only 2 blue hair characters. At least playable. Maybe I'm thinking, maybe it's an NPC? I'm trying to think of blue-haired NPCs. You were thinking of the girl with blue hair and the ice cream in her hair? Ice cream? Now I'm really not sure what you're referencing, Fez. But I'm curious to find out. It's like, are we sure this is ZZZ? Oh, an NtE. Oh, this is an NtE? Oh, we were going off on a... Wait, who's... Was it Mint? Yeah, it's Mint. That was Mint. Okay. Alright. Thank you, Nibiji. Now things make sense. We went to ZZZ, and then I didn't realize we went back to NtE. Yeah, that's Mint. We went on a journey indeed. Sometimes that's what it's all about, you know? Can you link a YouTube video? I forget if I allowed that. Look, give me a sec here. I did. Okay, cool. Thank you, Kels. Yeah, so long as it's not anything illegal. At 6:24. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is mint. No, wait, no, that's not mint. I know who you're talking about now. That is... What is her name? There was another website with her name. It also pretty sure says it in the trailer. Elims. Yeah, Elims. She's not Octopus, though. But you were talking about Ghost Bride Girl. Yes, I see. All right, we're back. We're back on NtE. We're back to talking about NtE. Figured I wouldn't ban you for a ZZZ video. What do you mean we're talking about NtE right now? Clearly, we weren't just off on a tangent about ZZZ. That then wasn't. Don't worry about it. Hello, Epic Gaming Zero. Characters you're going to try to get: Nanali, Hotori, Edgar, Daffodil. Just want to play the game, trying to get to on 23rd. Yeah, China getting a week early is unfortunate for us on the global side, but gives me time to work on videos to hopefully help you all out. Nanali, I am also pulling Nanali and Hotori, and I am very glad that they are giving us enough free-to-play pulls to guarantee both characters and their limited weapons, which is fantastic. I haven't seen too many Edgar enjoyers, but I hope you're able to get Edgar off the gacha comfortably. And Daffodil is also a favorite of mine. I'm looking forward to getting her and trying to build a team around her. My ideal plan is building a team around Nanali and Daffodil. Like 2 separate teams. One around Nanali, one around Daffodil. And I'll figure out the details as I go. But as long as I get to play those 2, I'm having a good time. You only wanted Edgar because he is a healer? There's a couple other sustain options. There's Adler, who's free. He provides a shield. And then there's Fadia, who can redirect damage to herself, kind of functioning as a pseudo healer because she redirects the damage to herself and then she can heal herself. And then am I missing another sustain? I have them listed here. Who's survival? Edgar, Adler, Fadia. Yeah, it's just those 3 for now. Edgar is a pure healer, so if you're just looking like, I just want to make sure I don't die, Edgar would be able to do that. You're able to get next Wednesday off, so you're happy? Nice, nice. I was trying to like brainstorm what kind of teams I would do, depending on what standard units I get. This is the main team that I'm going for, so start off something like this and then upgrade to Hotori and Sakiri ideally. And then I was trying to figure out what second team I could make that doesn't conflict with this. I don't know enough about Aurelia right now. I kind of just put her into these slots, so it's more like this right now. The problem with Baichang is that Baichang wants Daffodil, and then I'd also want Hathor, so that's like 3 standard units that I would need to secure somehow. Skia's a bit more comfortable once I get Hotori, because I can put Zero here, or Hotori. And then I just need Hathor and Joyuan. You know, moved on from the vid ideas things, but did you have something on there, like... something on there that was like a character available at launch overview? I was considering a... No, that's not it. Where's my video ideas? Here they are. I was considering a free-to-play units video. So going over all of these units up top here. You're saving for EXE, you pray and hope he's 1.1. That's kind of like why I'm probably gonna hold off on Lacrimosa. Let me pull up my tier list. Because a couple weeks back I did a vibe check tier list on the characters. I also posted a video of that on YouTube. That's not it. I mean, EXE is up top there. That's correct, but that's not the full list. You saw it. Thank you for watching. So this is the current list, and I don't think I'd make any changes from when I did the video. As we can see, I need EXE. So if EXE shows up, I have to pull EXE. I do plan to have Daffodil, Nonly, and Hotori, at least. If I get Fadia too, that'd be cool. And then there's the witch. I don't know when she's gonna show up as playable. I feel like she might be a couple months down the line. But EXE is number one. If EXE shows up, I'm pulling EXE. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. EXE is showing up. Sad we will have to wait till June for Hotori. Is it June? No. No, it's May 13th for Hotori. Her banner ends at the beginning of June. It ends on June 3rd. So Nonali is going from launch, which is April 29th, until May 13th. And then Hotori will be from May 13th to June 3rd. No worries, no worries. Yeah, Nonali's 2 weeks, Hotori's 3 weeks. How do you recommend building teams? I know you want to have each character connected consciously by their element sort of thing, but is there anything else to keep in mind? So this information isn't final because I'm still learning about the game. But from my early impressions, and based off of my knowledge of previous gachas, the two things to keep in mind in Neverness to Everness team building are: one, pick a main DPS that you want to build around. So the main DPSs we know of at the moment are Mint, Skia, Baichang, Nonali, and Chiz. So you would pick a main DPS, and then you would build around their Esper cycle. So for Mint's case, she wants Blossom, which is Anima plus Cosmos, which is great because we have Zero that we can just give her, and that automatically fulfills that requirement. From there, you can pair Mint with other units to kind of help build up her damage. I have some team options here that I brainstormed. So Adler is a good option because Adler enables Hex, which provides essentially a 20% unmitigated damage buff for Mint. He also has some shields for survivability. And then the last slot, you can either do like Hathor or Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan also benefits from the Hex from Adler. Hathor is an option if you didn't select Zhou Yuan, but Hathor enables Charge, which means more ultimates for Mint, which means more damage from Mint. But you can see how this team is built around first enabling Mint's Esper cycle and then building teammates that can either take advantage of that Esper cycle or enable her damage further. Nonali will be great for exploring. That is very true. Electromagnetism is a good way of exploring content. Although it did take me some getting used to the camera angles. I also learned that you can climb walls in combat. So at some point I was fighting enemies, I pushed the enemy against the wall, and then I started walking on the wall while still beating them up. But instead of beating them into the wall, I was now beating them into the ground. And that was really funny. Mint is one of your favorites. You feel mint and cocoa also go well together. Cocoa. Which character were we referring to with Coco? Oh, Zero's. Is the MC referred to as Coco in a different language? Classic Zhongli gameplay. But Zhongli like climbs. Not only is walking along the wall. Like she just says this is the gravity now. Gravity goes this way. Oh, that's just what she calls. Oh, I see. Cool. Yeah, Mint and Zero will go very well together, especially starting out. And then Adler you also get for free through the story, so you kind of have a team for Mint right from the get-go. And then if you wanted to build off of Mint, you can grab one of these off of Standard. The Standard selector at 50 pulls lets you guarantee at least one of them. My recommendation, if you wanted to optimize your pulls a bit better, is to wait until you get at least one S-Class Standard, and then you can use the selector to get another. Spell check, I'm changing the C. I see. Good old spell check. Going back to the team building for Mint, I have different like layers of investment. So the budget option adds another standard unit. A good option would be to replace Adler with Sakiri, because Sakiri provides attack buffs to help out Mint's damage along with the team. And then if you push it even further, Hotori looks like she could be potentially helpful as well as a stronger option over Zero being able to record teammates' damage. So between Mint and either Heitho or Julian dealing damage, Hotori can deal that back and then also deal her own damage. Hello, Weepek? I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that correctly in one of those ways. Thank you for the follow, appreciate you, and I hope you're doing well. You're interested in seeing the slowdown ability of Hotori? Oh, her ability to slow down time in the overworld? It is pretty cool. It'll definitely make for some good shots. I'm not much of a camera guy in games, but I do love seeing people mess around with the photo mode and like create these fantastic screenshots. Like my partner who does so in Final Fantasy 14. And my partner's sister who also does that. A lot more. All these teams that I've done here, I focused on the free DPS and then the standard units and then the limited units. All these units are built with the idea of having one main DPS, enabling that main DPS's Esper cycle, and then providing either buffers or additional DPS that synergize well with them. The only time I haven't been able to really follow that is with trying to come up with like a completely free team for Baichang, because Baichang really wants Daffodil and Daffodil really wants Baichang. And for Chiz, because the only free anima option is Mint, who is also a main DPS, and the only accessible Lakshana option outside of grabbing Hathor from the selector is Skia, who is also a main DPS. So getting Chiz's reaction is a bit harder, or getting her Esper Cycle enhancement is a bit harder at free-to-play investments. Especially with the whole stopping when it rains or snows. That is very cool, true, yeah. I like the fact that you can not only control the time of day, but also control the weather. So that'll make even more opportunities for people to take cool pictures. This can do better damage if you are rich in fonts. I did see that. It's a very... Her kit is very entertaining to read through. Although that font, that's from her arc. That's the free arc that we get, Contemplative Cat. If I can find it. Oh, it's right there. Literally second row. Yeah, this one. Be rich. I like how the banker's signature is like, be rich. Do more. What's the approximate difference between a P0 and a P6 character? It looks like the difference could be as high as 50% plus, but you haven't played yet. I haven't seen the calcs yet myself. But coming from someone coming from the Hoyo games, and I also have experience with Wuwa, these awakenings don't seem to increase. Like, each individual awakening doesn't seem to be a huge increase. Altogether, I could see something like 50% plus. But by themselves, they're all pretty even. This is in comparison to games like Honkai Star Rail, for example. A lot of the more marketed units, they will double their damage with just 2 duplicates. But that doesn't seem to be the case here, which makes sense because awakenings in Neverness to Everness can be toggled. So you don't necessarily have to go in order from top to bottom. You can be like, I want better grain acquisition efficiency on Chiz, because more grain is more damage on her skill. Or you could increase the chance of the grain price increase during her ultimate, so you have better odds of getting the maximum damage on her skill. Just be rich, clueless. There is also the permanent stat gains. This is in Chinese right now, but at 3 awakenings and at 6 awakenings, you get additional passives. That helps out. And these are permanent, so even if you remove all of the awakenings, you'll still get these, provided you've purchased the awakenings. Another interesting thing is the stores you can own and manage to get funds. Yeah, the City Tycoon business management, I haven't gone too deep into it. I haven't even touched it at all. I've been really focused on understanding the combat system, because that's where my experience in other games lies. But I am very interested in playing through it, because I do also like business management. So I'm curious to see how that plays. I'm just starting off with the combat because that's what I know, and that's what I can interpret a lot easier. Like this Esper Cycle video that I plan to make. It is unique, yeah. That's one of the things that attracted me, because it doesn't make NtE just another action gacha game. There's a layer of depth to it that helps separate it from the other games, such as Zenless Zone Zero and Wuthering Waves. I am interested in seeing what the calcs look like for these awakenings, because even looking at like Nanali, they do seem to help out. Like this one increasing under boss's damage by 100%, that could potentially be a pretty solid increase. I do quite like the extension of her Ichidaime authority. This will if somebody gets A1 on Nanali, this will be really good for exploration because it extends it to 20 seconds out of combat. Did I play Tower of Fantasy? I did not know. I had a lot of friends who did, but at the time, it wasn't a game that piqued my interest. So I never got around to playing it. But I know there are some people coming from Tower of Fantasy because it's made by the same studio. And from what I understand, Hotori is based off of a character from Tower of Fantasy. Bank Heists 2 are an interesting way to add combat and Fawn's earning, because it has a boss fight if you can get to the vault. Interesting. I do know they confirmed multiplayer Bank Heists, which sounds very fun. So if that's a good way of earning Fawns, I'd definitely be looking forward to grinding that out. You're just wondering which strategy to use as free-to-play. Should you pull all your characters to P0, P3, or just save them for P6? I would say as free-to-play, my typical recommendation in gachas is to stick to P0 at least early on, and then focus on making sure you get their teammates. So as we get limited characters, we'll likely see limited teammates surrounding them that will be upgrades over the standards and free options. And if you like a character and you want to make sure to use that character in endgame content long term, building up their best team will help a lot more than dupes will in most scenarios. There may be some early investments that are worth looking into. For that, I would wait to see calcs comparing. But my approach is always teammates first, maybe weapon first, depending on how good the weapon is over the free-to-play alternatives, but we do have a lot of free-to-play alternatives. So weapon/teammates first, and then consider duplicates. And my partner has decided we're in high school again and has one of those little fortune games. Those fortune origamis. Also, my dog's upset. I think because of my cat. Give me a sec. Alright, I'm back. My dog did not like my cat standing in the corner of the hall. How's stream going? Stream's going well, Yotsuki. We're just going over some stuff in Neverness to Everness. I'm also making some notes for a video I plan to make. You're willing to spend money in this game to support it if they price stuff fair? As am I. I'm not... Like, I do spend in my gacha games, mostly in ZZZ right now. I haven't really spent in Honkai in a few months. But I am willing to spend in NtE if there are worthwhile deals. You hope NtE gives us some cool male characters. All I need for now is EXE. Just give me EXE. Okay. Give me him. And I can wait for more. Life is good, my partner's good, my dog is angry at my cat for standing menacingly in the hallway. But other than that, they're doing good. I almost forgot it's my birthday tomorrow. But they also showed off some other male characters in the trailer. They showed off Chaos. There was a new character in the recent trailer who is Mr. Executable. That's what I'm saying. Let me see. Where... Let me find the launch preview trailer. Because they showed off another male character. You like how they made their own unique elements? I do think they did a good job making a nice twist on it. Let's see, over here, this guy. Yeah, that guy. And I need this guy too. The girl with the ghost that comes out the backpack screen is a character we would like. Same. I also want her. And thank you for the early birthday wishes. I would say that the prospective male units look promising so far. There's also Chaos, who's just knocking this guy down. Looking kind of like Kita from P5X. A little bit, yeah. And I also like Kita, so that's perfectly fine for me. Or just any treasure hoarder. Alpha's a hater. It's okay, Alf. You'll get your husbando too. He will come. Releases on the 29th. That is correct. Just over a week. Well, actually, it'll be a week because it's going to come out at night on the 28th in NA. So it's like 1 week and 4 or 5 hours along those lines. Unless they make some Giga Chad like Nouvellette, you're good. But what if they make an IFA? You like IFA? You're a loot hoarder and you love to pick everything up, so you do hope they have enemy drops. I haven't done too much like exploration. I mostly been using the endgame modes to test things. Baichang looks interesting, kind of like Locha. Yeah, he's like Locha with the personality of Child, and also the voice actor of Child, at least the English voice actor. Actually, I would say his personality is more like Jing Yuan. It's like Locha's design, Jing Yuan's personality, Child's voice actor. You like Ifa because of Kachuchu? I see. You just want Thugbird Dinosaur? I would like to build a team around Baichang because I think his design is cool and he's a dot unit and I like dot. I played Summoner in Final Fantasy XIV from the early days back when it was basically a dot DPS. And I also played Duelist Grenadier back in Eden Eternal? No, not Eden Eternal. Was it Eden Eternal? No, that's a different game. What am I thinking of? Aura Kingdom. Aura Kingdom, that's what I was thinking. Are there swords? There are characters that wield swords. Let me see. Who wields swords? Mince uses dual swords. Zero uses a sword. Hotori uses an umbrella that turns into a sword. Daffodil dual wields. And I think that's it. for sword wielders. I don't know what Lacrimosa uses as a weapon. I know she summons trucks. I know she isekais people. Yeah, so Daffodil, Hotori, Zero, Mint. Chiz uses a kendama toy, Aurelia uses jellyfish, Joyuan uses dual pistols, Badia uses her cross coffin thing. Adler has a cane that's a gun. Hathor kicks people and summons a motorbike. Edgar's got book and magics. Aniel's got an owl robot. Nanali punches things. Skia uses his shadow. Sakiri uses a stick with her anomaly attached. Neo Zero looks cool, second best looking MC after Rover. I would put Zero pretty up there for me as well. I'd have to say, like, I don't know, Trailblazer just hits for me. You think all characters can get a weapon cartridge to make a motorbike have blue flames? Trailblazer are great. You like Zero and Rover's outfits more, though. That's fair. But Zero has multiple outfits. Zero has skins. Look at this. This casual gear. More casual gear. Prison gear. School gear. And this painter gear. We got fashion in this game. Kind of looks like Wise with the third outfit on. A little bit, yeah. He's got a similar haircut to Wise. Like, where's the summer Wise? Yeah, I can see it. Wise's hair is darker in this art, but I can see it. Indeed. NtE ZZZ collab when? Day one, you're trying the prison system in this game. Something GTA has never done in the base game. That's true. GTA never just sent you to actual prison. I'll definitely be testing out like all the different features this game has to offer over time. My main focuses are going to be story and progression, because I like playing my games for the story and I like building up my characters. That'll involve the City Tycoon as well. Going back to this video. Let's see. So the cycle gauge is shown as the icon. You can build it up via basic skills and parries. Has there been any info on the max level we can reach? Like max player level or max character? Max player level, I want to say is 55? Max character level is 80, that I know for a fact. And I know for Hunter level, which is the player level, there's an event up to Hunter level 45 that gives pulls as rewards. I want to say the cap is 55, but I can't 100% remember right now. The character level I know is 80 because I was leveling up a bunch of characters yesterday to test them. Max level. Well, they gave me an advanced account. So I had an account with all the characters available and all the weapons, max copies, max dupes. Not activated, just available. So that lets me like test things from. Shouldn't I be max level account? I'm pretty sure the account is max level, but that wasn't something like I went out of my way to confirm. So I can't 100% remember. You build it up via basic skill and parries. Each basic skills have their own cycle rate, unique to each character, that affects the cycle generation. While parries greatly fill up the cycle for the character you parry to. Can parry with on-field character or by swapping. So that this allows you to build up gauge on off-field characters by parrying with them. How does the combat feel? I would say, if I were to give a comparison, it feels like a mix of ZZZ and Wuwa. Where it kind of has that rotation cycle that you see on Wuwa characters. At least from when I was playing in 2.x. Where you have rotations you want to do outside of burst windows and then inside of burst windows. Doing the dodges and the parries feels very satisfying, especially the parries, because being able to time it, being able to take advantage of whether you want to parry with the on-field character or an off-field character to manage resources feels very rewarding. The Esper cycles are the intro skills. They're not as common as intro skills and outro skills, but it does kind of function similarly, where once you fill up the gauge you can swap, and that's how you trigger the different reactions. Hopefully this game runs on AMD GPU as well, because all the info is focused on NVIDIA. I know they are partnered with NVIDIA, which is why all the marketing is catered towards that. I haven't seen personally any comparisons or any testings done on AMD, so I can't speak on that. But I would also hope that the game runs stable on AMD. I just know that they are partnered with NVIDIA. Haven't played, but the combat looks nicer than Enfield's. Enfield's combat is very tactical based. Like it's a lot more strategic than what you would see in Wuwa or Zenless. Which maybe some people like it, some people don't. It's a matter of preference, really. But it's hard to compare it directly to other combat systems, because I would say the closest I can compare Enfield combat to is Xenoblade Chronicles, because it takes a lot of inspiration from Xenoblade. I'm trying to remember what I was discussing earlier on the team building section, because I think that would apply here. Because Esper cycles, at least for our current units, seem to be a big part of the unit kits. Maybe there'll be other units that are less reliant on Esper cycles, but we definitely want to enable the ones for our current ones. You pick your main DPS. This Everness.info website has a build planner, which I greatly appreciate, because it shows the different elements that you have selected. So if we select Mint here, we'll see the anima, then we can go 0, and we can go Adler. And then if we scroll, if we go to the cycles, which is cut off at the moment because I'm just really zoomed in. Let me zoom out. You can see all of the Esper cycle enhancements, so you can see what Esper cycles you are creating or have the potential to create, along with the characters enhancements. So Mint enhances Blossom. We use 0 to provide that. Then Adler provides Hex, which is additional damage for Mint. And then we can go like Hathor here. Hathor enables Charge, which lets 0 provide some healing, but also provides ultimate energy for Mint. And you can see all of these circles lighting up here. It also lets you select your arcs and your consoles, so you can really just customize what your characters want to do, or what you want to build for your characters, and then you can either share it with others, so you can share builds around, and I think that's pretty neat. Is there anything else that we need to cover when it comes to Esper cycles? I guess just going over the different reactions. So let's start from Cosmos and work our way down. Blossom, Cosmos plus Anima. Let's start with Remora. You always think of Adler from Pokemon when you hear that name. Good old Adler. You know, I didn't realize, or thinking Alder. I didn't realize Alder was the champion of Unova region for like several years. Because I never actually fought him in the game. And there's Scorch, which is Incantation plus Chaos. Is Blossom basically Bloom? I mean, it's Bloom in the sense that it summons something and that thing does damage, but whereas Bloom does a single instance of damage, Blossom does multiple instances of damage. And you can use certain characters to increase how many damage instances. Like Nonali increases the damage instance per Blossom from 5 to 10. Or Zhou Yuan lets you summon an additional, what are these called? Vita Buds? So that also technically increases it to 10 per Blossom. And then if you use them together, you can get 20. I'm thinking not only like Hotori Sakiri Zhou Yuan might be pretty potent. Is Vita Bud the correct translation? This was going under a different name. It was like Lemon Blooms. But this website recently changed. Yeah, Lemon Bloom and Lemon Stans. I'm not sure what we're gonna see on the final release. My dog doesn't know either. Yeah. Sorry about that. My dog was getting angry at something going on outside. Going back to the Blossoms, while it is a different name here, it's still functioning the same. As for what name they decide to call it, we'll have to see. Was just funny to you because it is German. I see, I see. Hello, Razuki. Did you see someone say prison system? Yes. Neverness to Everness does have a prison system. If you're familiar with Grand Theft Auto and their star rating when you commit crimes, NtE has a similar system. And if you get caught, you go to actual jail. And you can either pay your bail, or plead your case, or bust out. The feds are going to get you IRL, not IRL. But you will get put into virtual jail. And then you decide how you want to get out of that virtual jail. Translated, it would be life stem or trunk. Interesting. I mean, Lebensstamm it sounds cool. So I'd be fine if that name stayed. One spoon is all we need to get out. Exactly. See, you already know the deal. I know a couple other content creators have been putting out some early guides for how to bust out of prison. Lemon Bloom is life flower. That checks out. I need to summarize these Esper cycles. Remora is a slow, which by itself isn't too crazy, but Skia and Hathor really appreciate it. Thank you for the follow, Razuki. Appreciate it. I'm just gonna go off of the German name because that just sounds cooler. So the Lebensstamm is the main, is the summon, right? Yeah. You want a Noxus tree from the old to grow out of the Lebensstamm? That'd be pretty cool. Summons one Lebensstamm, which attacks up to 5 times with Leben Blooms. These attacks happen every 2 seconds and deal AoE damage. And you can have up to 3 Lebensstamm exist at once. Unless you have Zhou Yuan, then it goes up to 6. Yeah, explaining Remora is easy, and then Blossom and Charge are entire statements. Scorch is just a 15-second dot. It's just like, hey, I do damage. Nova is I do damage at some point. Daffodil and Hathor easy? Oh, it's Bloom, not Bloom. Oh, yeah, you're right. I did misspell that. Thank you for catching that. Daffodil and Hathor easy. Wait, what do you mean, Alf? And then Discord is just break damage. Like the bottom half of the Esper cycle is easy to explain. It's like you either deal damage over time, you deal damage in time, or you deduct the percentage of their break. Are they the easy reactions that don't have paragraphs? Daffodil is. Hathor wants Remora's, which Remora is easy, but some of her teams run these reactions. But these aren't really too hard in concept. It's just summon a thing, that thing attacks. You can have up to so many things. And then charges, if the things that you summoned attack a thing that you debuffed with Remora, the active character gets energy. So in practice, these aren't really hard to understand. It's just a lot of words. And then Stain is 20%. Lakshana and Psyche damage phone. Weird that they went to the German but added an S for plural instead of going with the German for that. What would be the German plural? Or it would be Lebensstamm or Lebenblumen. I see. German plural is Germans. Thanks, Alf. Next is deals additional follow-up attack damage to 20% of incantation or anima damage dealt target within 12 seconds. Yeah, these are all the reactions. I kind of like the fact that they made Aniel and Sakiri buffers, because they can enable the Stain and Hex reactions. Adler also qualifies here, being a survival unit and having some utility. I'd like to see a Lakshana utility unit and a anima utility unit. Because an anima utility unit could be useful potentially for Baichang. Fake out into Brave Burn on Whimsicott, instant surrender. You know, I feel it. I wouldn't know what to do after that. It's like, oh, I let that happen to me. There goes everything I believed. Adler has the stack Patronus. He does, and he gets 5 of them. And his cane has a gun. I think we covered everything for Esper cycles. If anybody has anything else they believe is not understood about Esper cycles here, please let me know. I want to make sure I try to cover everything. Why is this saying this is misspelled even though it's the same thing? What do you mean? Stop that. It's the same word. I don't understand. Don't understand it. It also just doesn't like German. What is an Esper cycle? An Esper cycle is the reaction of an element with another element. I guess defining that would be good. So we have manifestation, which are the elements, and that's the circle. And then we have the Esper cycle, which is the reaction of multiple elements to produce. I like the various more than different. Each element can react with elements on either side of the circle. And then there are also triple Esper cycle reactions, which involve two dual reactions at the top or bottom half. So either these two dual reactions or these two dual reactions. Is the Esper cycle your main source of damage or an enabler? It's more so an enabler rather than the actual damage source. I can't say that necessarily. In most cases, it is the enabler, but there's like Baichang, for example, who actually uses Scorch to deal damage. He can apply multiple copies of Scorch, which is the dot using Incantation and Chaos. And then there's also Sakiri. Best way to show this would be through the build planner. So Baichang is a team that I feel is more reliant on the damage coming out of the effect. Specifically, something like this. Haniel could go here too. So you apply Scorch with Baichang. Baichang can copy that Scorch effect with his Power Word ability. Sakiri can buff the damage that enemy takes, the dot damage specifically. And then Daffodil and Fadia. Daffodil enables Scorch to happen in the first place. Fadia enables Daffodil. And then Fadia, or Daffodil also enables Fadia to like drain her own HP, which is how she fuels up her gauge. Or it's what lets her access her ultimate to deal damage. Then Lacrimosa looks to be another dot-based character. So some characters use it to enable their own damage. An example of that would be like using Nonali with Sakiri or Adler to get access to Hex, because that gives her that 20% damage She also wants Blossom, which if you combine that with Hathor to get charge, Nanali's effect for Blossom is that instead of 5 Levin Blooms, she does 10. And then if you combine that with Remora, now you're getting 10 hits of ultimate energy generation through charge. And that allows you to get more Nanali ults out, which means more damage. Is there a team with the MC as the DPS? MC functions more like a burst DPS because their basic string doesn't really do anything. If you wanted to play MC as an on-fielder, what would you do? Hello, Diva Hex. Thank you for the follow. Is this new game? Indeed, this is Neverness to Everness, coming out next week. We're just working on some content for it. I plan to get some videos out. I already have a few out, including the one pinned at the moment. Yeah, thank you for being here. If you wanted to build Zero as a main DPS, what would you do? If you're looking at free to play, because their Esper cycle isn't that big of a deal if you're playing them as like a DPS, because their Esper cycle just means you get to heal. But they would appreciate getting access to more ultimates because ultimate is the majority of their damage. So if we wanted to play ultimate spam 0, you would want Joyuan and Hathor to enable charge. And then probably either Sakiri or Hania, because they provide attack buffs to the team. Sakiri would buff Joyuen's damage, Hania would buff Hathor's damage through their reactions. Your friends told you to try this, but you know, stuck on Star Dive. I see. I have been hearing people getting into Star Dive as of recently. I mean, I've been looking forward to Neverness to Everness since the initial trailers, and based off of all the progress they made between the betas, I can say I'm very excited for it. I also recently got the opportunity to become an official creator for them, so that's going to let me put out some content for people to help them out. It is a free-to-play game, so you can always try it out, and if you don't get interested, if you're not interested in it, it is what it is. It's free. Did I try Star Dive myself? I have not. No, I just haven't had the time to. I've seen some ads for it. I've seen a couple people playing it, but I never got around to trying it myself. My main games at the moment for gachas are Zenless and Star Rail, and then I'll be adding Neverness to the list. Hotori is cool. She's the first limited 5-star. She is the second. The first one will be Nanali, but Hotori will be following right after her. Hotori could work as a last slot here. Yeah, Hotori could work here as well. So Hotori, Sakiri, or Haniel. Is there anybody else I'd put here? Adler would be another free option, kind of like a free alternative to Sakiri. Edgar, if you really want some heals. And I would say, yeah, those 4. So, or 5. So Sakiri, Haniel, Hotori, Edgar, or Adler. But I would lean towards Sakiri, Haniel, or Hotori. Game choices seem quite good. What games are you into like nowadays? Like I said, I play for gachas. I play primarily Zenless and Star Rail. I also play a little bit of Enfield on and off. Outside of gachas, I've been playing Pokemon Pokopia, Pokemon Champions, Yakuza. What else am I playing? I was playing Fantasy Life with my partner as of recently. Ignore your typos? Nah, you're fine. You're good. There are plenty of games on my backlog I need to play, like Metroid Prime 4 and Zelda. You just started with Stardive and you're in love with it? Nice. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying it. I'm gonna say if you wanted to play Zero... If you wanted to play like Zero Day 1 as a main DPS, something like this could work. And then you... Or Haniel. Which one would be better between Haniel and Adler? It's hard for me to say without testing it, but either one should work well enough, and then you can upgrade to Sakiri or Hotori. And if you just want some heals for comfiness, then Edgar. You got Ultra Ball? Nice, congrats. Speaking of Pokemon champions. The CN NtE dropping later tonight. Their release date is the 23rd. So I think it's sometime tomorrow. At least for NA. Right now it's it's just about 7 PM for me. I don't remember the exact time. But I would say if it's the 23rd, they typically do like 11 PM or yeah, I would say probably in like 30 hours or so, the CN version should be out. I'd have to check the official times. Rough start to Talonflame into Blastoise and Pelipper. Good luck, good luck. Have such amazing info with this game. Thank you, appreciate it. Gonna play a bit of CN or wait for global. I'm leaning towards just waiting for global myself. I'm very big into like first time story, and I want to be able to experience that without being hampered by like. From what I understand, the Chinese version only has Chinese UI, but does have English voiceovers. So the dubbing would be there, but the UI would be a little difficult for me to navigate. I do also have access to the beta. Like I have plenty of things to make videos on through the beta, like the Esper Cycle reaction. So I'm not too worried about playing things early. Is Hotori a sustain because of her role? So Hotori, in her current state, is a buffing unit with burst DPS and damage boost buffs. The only sustains we have are Edgar, Adler, and Fadia. My DS? I'm not sure what you mean. Diva Hex? Hello to you. Welcome in, welcome in. You did all your launch prep work this past week. Excellent. What does the survival role do? The survival role is sustain, but Pride-Win doesn't. I think if you're looking at Pride-Win, sorry, if you're looking at Pride-Win, it doesn't have up to date because it's Hotori as survival, but she's not survival. Her latest version is as a buffer. Your prep work is getting a whole new PC and a new monitor. That is definitely viable prep work as well. To summarize Hotori's kit, she has the ability to record people's damage. She has the ability to record the damage of her allies' support skills and redirect skills, and she can reapply that damage in her ultimate. On top of that, her ultimate is a burst DPS phase, where she can just kind of pop off with katana shenanigans. Nintendo DS friend code. I don't remember my DS friend code, and the DS friend code is not available. But I do have my Switch code, but I typically share that with like friends and family mostly. Upgraded from a GTX 1080 and 1080p to a 5070 and a 4K 120Hz screen. Beautiful. Enjoy. I am still on my 1080 Ti. I am on a 1440p screen, but I'm on a 1080 Ti. I would like to upgrade my computer, but that's just not something I can do at the moment. Just don't have the funds for it. I ended up getting laid off a few months back, so buying an entire PC is definitely not feasible right now. CPU was on Intel. Yeah, I'm on an Intel 8700K at the moment, and you upgraded to a 7800 3DX. Yeah, that's definitely a solid build. You are chilling. Went 2500 plus and you're still using some previous generation stuff. That's what I did when I upgraded my build, because I can't even remember what my first build was. I think it was like a 660 or something, maybe older. But when I upgraded to the 1080 Ti, I kept a couple things. Got the 9800 X3D and the 5070 Ti. You are chilling, Divide. Having a good time. Looks like you've been for a game since FF14 Reborn. Hey, Final Fantasy 14 player, how do you do? How do you do? I also play a lot of 14. I played it regularly like since 2.5, 2.4. I'm currently replaying through it on an alt character, just playing through the story again. I'm trying to make sure I got all the steps on this Esper cycle. So we go over the elements. Elements make Esper cycles. We go over the elements, we go over Esper cycles. Elements become Esper cycles. There's dual cycles and triple cycles. Going over how all the different cycles work. Kind of splitting them up into top half, bottom half, and the intersecting ones. Go over Esper cycle enhancements. Go over how to activate the Esper cycles themselves, and go over how to play around them. Hello, Nick's Bunny. Thank you for the stretch redeem and thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Hope all is well. I think I have everything that I want for this Esper Cycle video. So now I just gotta record it and we'll be getting that out there. The other video I wanted to make sure to get out before launch is going over the console modules. How do you have all this info before launch? It's a mix of databases like the Everness.info, but also I was given the opportunity to be an official creator by Hada Studio. So that includes getting access to the beta. It's the most recent beta that was available to everybody, but being able to actually play it myself lets me deep dive into things a lot more than just scrolling through these websites. Did I apply for the partnership? Yeah, you did have to apply to be the content creator, and then they would blah. I lost my train of thought. You do have to apply to be a content creator, but once you're approved, you become an official partner, and that hopefully provides me some additional opportunities to create some content for you all. I like learning about the game, and I like teaching about the game. You have influenced the lobby for even deeper romance and dating. I know there is the opportunity to like provide feedback that goes towards the dev teams. I do know they did confirm in the live stream that they do plan to add more characters for the hangouts and like the social interactions. I'm looking forward to that. Give you some redemption codes to give away during the stream. Kudo does that for Owuwa. That is certainly a possibility. If I get any redemption codes to give away to you all, I will definitely make sure to do so. And I'll be posting that in the Discord. You want to marry them and have wedding skins for them? We're going all in. We can hold hands already, so maybe one day. Your girlfriend is like, they're not real, go for it. You have her blessing. Nobody warned you the English VA in Mongol is Lil Johnny from To Be Hero X. I mean, that's cool. Although I watched To Be Hero X in JP dub. So going over the gearing system. You swapped around, I see. Going over the gearing system, we have the modules themselves, which are Tetris. So the cartridges I think I took notes on this already in the character info. Where is it? Here it is. You do hope we get more multiplayer stuff outside of the minigames. They already added... Blah, 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 I'm trying to find anything. They already added the Pink Paw heist. And to the racing minigame, they added multiplayer maps. So they do seem to be focused on providing a healthy amount of multiplayer content, which is nice to see. So the basic idea is that consoles are the way you gear in Neverness to Everness. Think Genshin's Artifacts, Ibis from Zenless, Echoes from Uwa. There's two sections. There's the cartridges and there's the modules. Each character can have up to one cartridge assigned to them. You can technically have unlimited modules. It's technically unlimited, but characters typically have those 7 to 8 as of right now. Did I take notes on stats that can be here? No. That's okay, though. I can grab it from the possible main stats. For cartridges, it's all damage percent, basic percent stats. You hope we can play NtE on ultra settings. You should be good with that upgrade. Should be having a good time. And the music stopped. I need to find more music. There we go. And my doggo's upset. Hello, Aaron. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Hope all is well. So the main stats. So we have attack percent, HP percent, death percent. I'm streaming until HSR is up. I am not streaming until HSR is up, but I will be streaming until Senzane's stream is up, and Senzane will be streaming Star Rail going live. So anybody who is planning to play Star Rail or wants to see Star Rail content, that'll probably be like around an hour. So basically, I'm live for 3 more hours. No, Senzane plans to stream in like 45 minutes or so. Am I pulling Silverwolf? No, I'm planning on skipping Silverwolf and I'm going for Evanessia. The special was good, not over the top. Yeah, I would say the launch preview for NtE, it gave a lot of good info. and didn't go... It wasn't performative. Like, the information felt very substantial. Used to play when it came out. You really liked it? Cool, cool. They got their anniversary coming out in just 4 hours. Good time to jump back into it if you're interested. Especially if you are a Silverwolf fan. What are the other cartridges that we can get? Or cartridge main stats? Healing bonus, random damage percent bonus. You can't. You're planning going on all in for NtE. One gotcha for you. Fair enough. What else is in here? Cycle intensity and break intensity. There's a lot of main stats that a cartridge can be. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 different possible main stats. You're gonna stick with just one pull of each new character? You can't do that multi-copy life. Fair enough. It's worse goblet, but there's only one goblet. You only need the goblet. Because the modules, so these blocks, are all fixed main stats. There's no healing bonus here, right? No, it's just damage bonus, cycle intensity, break intensity. It's easy. You got Insane Lucky, you pulled 2 Kabis and Miyabi and 1 10 pull. Beautiful. And also, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. This is the kind of thing that would land yourself in jail in NtE. So for substats, there's 11 possibilities. But substat values are fixed. Substats do not have additional rolls. All substats are seen at +0. Substats are unlocked in order, top to bottom. That's +5, +10, +15, +20. If I were to compare it to modules, my dog doesn't like me comparing it to modules. A cartridge, so one cartridge has each substat in a cartridge is equal to the substat of 10 blocks in a module. And we'll get more into the blocks themselves. So far, NtE character trailers are really good. You hope to keep up this quality animation in and out of the game. I certainly appreciate it. I like seeing the marketing content. Zenless is my main gacha, and I'm a big fan of their out-of-game marketing because it's very hype. Trailers, the music videos, the animations, all good stuff. Is there anything I'm missing? Well, I need to go over the sets. I need to go over the sets. Cartridge set bonuses. I would say overall, I'm feeling quite positive about the gearing system in Neverness to Everness. Is there an easy way of checking these set bonuses? Not particularly. We're just gonna have to go through them. So, as of 1.0, there will be a set for each element, damage bonus or mental damage bonus, healing and shielding, and then Fadia has like her own set here. Increases attack by 25% for 20 seconds after casting a skill. I'm not sure who would use this over the elemental sets. What's the Lakshana one? I guess if you're playing no, because you're always playing Hathor or Skio with Remora, so you can always get the set effect. Psyche. No, because that's Nova or Stain, so as long as you're getting one of the reactions. Yeah, I'm trying to think of where you would use Shadow Creed. Still so surprised that we got Persona 3 and 5 music in Wuwa. We're getting Persona 5 music in Neverness to Everness. They're doing a collab with P5R and P5X. I would like some Persona 3 music too, though. Color Your Night while driving in Neverness to Everness? Oh, that'd be a vibe. That'd be a vibe. Probably the same music. I know they showed off the tracks. For P5R, there was only Beneath the Mask and what was the other one? Let me find it. Color Your Night and Full Moon Full Life. If we got those in Neverness to Everness, I would appreciate it. But they only collabed with Persona 5R and 5X. They posted a picture in their Twitter of the collab. Full Moon Full Life is a good one as well. Let me see. I will find this here. Ah, there it is. So this is the full list of music tracks. Why is it not? making me sign in. Good old Twitter. It's not the picture I wanted. So it's Beneath the Mask and Life Will Change. Yeah, those are the P5R tracks. And then we got a good amount of P5X tracks. Wake Up Your Hero is really nice. Desire Surrender. Ambitions and Visions. And then they got a good chunk of tracks for Tower of Fantasy for the TOF enjoyers. Coming in to continue supporting Hada Studio. You can't even see them all because it's cutting out for some reason. There we go. Beneath the Mask, Life Will Change. Hoshito wo Kurato, Last Surprise, and Rivers in the Desert. Ah, they need to give me Rivers in the Desert. They also need to give me The Days When My Mother Was There. Beneath the Mask Rain is a good one. I have played that many nights to fall asleep. I'm trying to figure out how I want to layer these, or like how I want to talk about these effects. I can't copy the text here. Interesting. Always makes you remember playing P5R for the first time as your first Persona game. Nice, nice. That's me with Persona 3. Especially Memories of the City. Memories of the City just hits me in the feels. Funnily, you only came to know the games through the music from someone using them in a Bloodborne video. They are very popular as background tracks. So we have the cartridges, which is the main piece. The main piece applies the 2-piece bonus and the 4-piece bonus. We have... Oh, this is Cosmos. This is not Lakshana. And then the 4-piece effect. %, Deaf Ignore after casting ultimates for 20 seconds. Actually. I'm not sure why this says effect does not stack here. Hello, Sado-sama. The doc will be public or private. These notes that I'm taking, I plan to create into a video, but I'm not necessarily the against idea of like publishing this as a document. The initial intent was just for this to be notes for a video. But if people are interested in me making an actual document and out of this, like they prefer reading, I can Definitely consider that as well. Your all-time Persona favorite song is probably Signs of Love from P4. That's a good one. That is a good one. Did that one have a reincarnation version? I can't remember. I wish they did a reincarnation album for P5, but I guess with all the different spin-offs, they kind of did that already. What do you think would be the most beneficial approach on the start? Rush story in phases, or wait until unlock better content and farm on there? My approach with gacha games is typically focus on player level progression, because while making sure not to overcap on your stamina. Player level progression will unlock content, and it'll also increase your world level. And that in turn will increase the amount of drops that you can get from stamina content. So if you're able to play regularly, especially at launch, my recommendation and what I'll be doing is playing through the story. Whether you are watching the cutscenes or you're just trying to speed through it is up to you. I'll be watching all the cutscenes myself just because I like engaging with the story. But that will progress all the different tutorials, that will unlock all the content, that includes all the different stages you can farm, that includes the City Tycoon gameplay, so on and so forth. City Tycoon being especially helpful because it'll unlock even more content. And then on top of that, it is also how you get Chiz for free, who is an S-rank main DPS. So I would say prioritize getting Hunter EXP through story and other content that provides that, and making sure not to overcap on stamina, so that way you're making the most use of what you have available. The earlier you get to a higher Hunter level, the more efficient your stamina consumption will be. But I wouldn't feel pressured to get there as fast as possible if that's not something you would find enjoyable. Fireflies in the Forest is the anima set. %8 crit damage. It's specifically anima crit damage. No, it's just 8% crit damage. It's 7 stacks. Stacks last 10 seconds. Remains active while off field. So that means you can switch off the character. So like you can build up these stacks with Nonali. Switch off of Nonali to set up buffs or other Esper cycles and come back and continue. %8 crit damage whenever an enemy takes anima damage from an ally. from any ally. It doesn't have to be the wielder. Up to 7 stacks. Stacks last 10 seconds. Remains active off field. Yep, that summarizes that pretty well. Where's the Lakshana? Let me grab that one real quick. We'll be getting great mixes and new additions of P5 and P4R. I am looking forward to it. I was debating if I wanted to play it through Persona 4 before P4R comes out. I'm still undecided on it. We'll see, we'll see. But I'll definitely be playing P4R when it comes out. This translation feels off. It's 14% crit rate. And then it says triggering Remora or Stain increases the bonus to 14% for 20 seconds. But it's already 14. So is this another 14? I should verify this. Come out this year. Guessing P5X is waiting too until the collab. That's my guess. They're trying to line up the P4 collab with P5X. What is next? Crimson Twin Butterflies. Can't wait to explore Junes and P5X. Good old Junes. Every day's great at your Junes. What does Crimson do? So this is the same thing as Anima, just attack instead of crit damage, and stacks function slightly differently. But that means I can just copy paste this and just change things. 6% attack. Oh, that's something I need to check. I need to see if dot crits in this game. Because I was thinking, I'm like, wait, why is the anime version crit, but this version is attack? And it's like, does dot crit? I need to see. How many stacks is this? This is six stacks. I don't need to put that. I was going to make a note of something, but I'm like, I don't need to put a note of that. It says it in the description. I just need to make sure I say it. Writing it here is more so about me being able to summarize how they function rather than what I'm going to be showing. Diabolos. Ignore 10% of chaos res. This is another 24%. This is kind of similar to Lost Radiance, where it gives defense ignore after casting ultimate. This is res ignore when triggering the Esper cycle. 36% res ignore sounds like a lot. Unless it's 12 that turns into 24. I'll need to verify that too. These are pretty self-explanatory. These I would like to test to make sure that they function how I think they function. %, damage. Yeah, because like this says becomes 36% against units affected by Nova or Stain. So I feel like this becomes 24%, but I need to check. And that's all 6 elemental set bonuses. We also have the mental damage bonus, which is the Nova reaction. I wonder if a Psyche main DPS could potentially use this, or a Chaos main DPS. 12% damage bonus. 12% mental damage bonus per basic attack. Stacks up to 3 stacks. Stacks last 6 seconds. Pretty self-explanatory. And then we have the sustain sets. So that's Kingdom's Guard. Not Gaud. I don't know why I'm putting in either. Tea's Night Tavern. And Tiny Big Adventure is the damage one. Or the attack percent one. Oh no. No, Shadow Creed is the damage percent. Tiny Big Adventure is the energy regen or charge efficiency. plus 25% attack for 20 seconds after casting skill. Kingdom Guard is 15% defense and 20% shield bonus. This is 15% or 10% HP, 20% healing bonus. I wonder why the HP bonus is smaller. I guess because HP is a bigger stat at a baseline. That could be a potential reason for it. But also the scaling for the heals could just be smaller than scaling for shields to compensate for that and get similar sustain values. But I haven't compared the values of Edgar versus Adler as of yet. How much charge efficiency does this give? Oh no, this doesn't give charge efficiency. This is... Wait, what set am I missing? I'm missing the energy recharge set. Speedy Hedgehog. I'm missing the Sonic set. Tiny Big Adventure is Fadia's set. %4 HP when taking damage, up to 10 stacks. How long did the stacks last? 10 seconds. Ultimate grants 10 stacks. Speedy Hedgehog is 12% charge efficiency, so this is a really solid supportive set because it helps secure more frequent ultimates and it provides a team-wide 15% attack buff when using ultimate. For 20 seconds? Yeah, 20 seconds. Which is enough time for a burst window. But the effect does not stack, so you can only use it on one character. So you can't use it with running 3 Speedy Hedgehogs. But I will say teams will want to run this at least on one character to get advantage of that buff. And that's all the different set bonuses. So there are 12 sets at the start. Before I continue, I'm going to take a quick break to get up, get water, stretch. Actually, we're going to be wrapping up soon. But I do need to get up and get some water, so give me just a moment. Alrighty, thank you for your patience. We are back. Get the sticky note off here. Okay, so we finished going over all of the sets. I kind of just categorized them into the elemental section, other DPS options, and the supportive options. That's a DPS option. Still or sparkling water? Still water. I can make sparkling water. But I don't... if I carbonate my drink... If I carbonate my water, I want it with flavor. So we have elemental sets. Is sparkling water not popular in the US? It is, but I've never liked it myself. Yeah, these are like the three main sections of sets that we have. Now going into modules. Now we're playing Tetris. Tetris. Cool. All right, cool. If you want to try something new, you recommend mixing sparkling water and apple juice. Interesting. I've never seen that recommendation myself. So, the way modules actually work. Fixed main stats. Base attack. Or actually, is it base? I don't think it's base. Is this base? I need to check that. I think it's flat now that I'm thinking about it. And then the substats, I believe, are the same. Yeah, the substat values are the same. So attack, HP, defense, flat or percent, crit rate, crit damage, damage bonus. Yeah, same substat possibilities as cartridges. And they function the exact same as modules. Type 2 gets 2.5% crit rate, or no, 2% crit rate. Type 4, and then Type 4 modules get 4% crit rate. Yes, yes, yes. With the way the system is designed, I do appreciate that instead of making the modules have independent subsets values, the values are based off of how many blocks they take up. So you can always get the same maximum potential substat value. I shouldn't say RNG functions because we don't know how the drop weights work. Each Esper. So the way it works for putting these modules and equipping them to your Esper, each Esper has a console that you put the cartridge in. It's like a little Game Boy. And then you play Tetris on the Game Boy. And you have to fill up all the Tetris pieces in order to max out. But not only do you need to get all these pieces required for the set bonus, you also want to make sure you maximize their specialization because they get a specific stat bonus or a specific module. The Tetris is making you more hype. You're like, my gearing looks fun. That makes it better. Yeah, you can see like Nanali's design is a simple 4x5 grid, and Skia's design is whatever they got going on here. But it's always 20 slots, so each character can have the same amount of substats potentially. It does indeed explain the Tetris. I'm glad I was able to clear things up. They have their own console shape. They also have a specialization. This isn't necessarily true, because, like... If I think of something... like Nanali Hotori Sakiri Hathor. Hotori will probably use Lost Radiance. Because she just ults and then she gets 25% defense ignore, she pops off. So long as somebody else is holding Speedy Hedgehog. I think. If your team scales off of attack, which most teams do, you want Speedy Hedgehog. Trying to think of a good example. Yeah, something like that. Once you get the 4 pieces that you need for the set bonus, from there you want to make sure that you are getting as many stat bonuses from the specialization. So Nanali, for example, would be using the Fireflies. Where's Fireflies? Nanali would be using Fireflies in the forest. So you would make sure you get this type 2, this type 3, this type 3, and this type 4. That's your bare minimum. Once you get that, then you're trying to fill this up with as many type 2s as possible. And I can actually show that here. So we go grab Fireflies. So we want a... Now, you also have to make sure the orientation is correct. So if she wants this type 2 horizontal, it has to be that type 2 horizontal. And then type 3 vertical. L shape. And this one. So from here, we would want to make sure to get as many type 2s in here. But you can see there's a problem. I separated one of the slots here, so I need to adjust this design to allow for that. I think if we do something like, let's see, something like this. Put this away for a sec. No, that doesn't work. And then we go that, and then where'd I put it? Will that work? No, that won't work either. And this is where the Tetris part comes in. This works. So we get the 4 minimum pieces that we need. We got the set bonus. And now we can put all these type 2s in here. And that's the full layout. That gives us 5 type 2s. Because it does include the one that's required here. So that's 30% extra crit rate. Even before including all the potential substats here. If fully maxed out, this could give... these are 8 pieces. So it's 8 pieces if each one rolled crit rate and crit damage. That's 20% crit rate and 40% crit damage plus the 30 here. So 50% crit rate and 40% crit damage off of just this. And then this could also give another 10 and 20%. And then you got her weapon. If you got her signature also gives crit damage. She uses ready. So it starts adding up. Yeah. Select the cartridge that matches them. Prioritize modules to complete the cartridge set bonus. Then prioritize maximizing stat bonus from module type specialization. This is more like endgame console gearing tips. Because gearing early on is different from gearing late game. I'll say these are more so general, and then we can go into early game specifically. Do you think other pieces could lead to a different cartridge set? Like a hidden code system? Well, like if you do a specific module pattern, it unlocks a secret set bonus? Something along those lines? I wouldn't say it's impossible, but I mean it'd be pretty interesting if they did do that. If they had hidden set bonuses. I mean, if they add them, somebody will discover them. More options would be interesting. I need to see the rarity drops for each difficulty. I'll have to see if that's available. They could do a lot with that system, like certain pieces, certain places gives X. They could do that, yeah. There is a lot of potential for being able to make like custom sets. Not something I thought about, but definitely interesting to think about. So thank you for bringing that up. I do gotta wrap things up soon here, but let me think. I don't know what else I want to add here. I'll have to look at the cartridge system in game, see if there's anything else I need to add. But I would say overall, I believe I covered everything on cartridges and modules. So again, this will be a video coming out sometime this week. I have a video to I have a link to my latest video pinned in the chat. You can check out that and subscribe to get updates on when I upload the videos for both the console system and the Esper Cycle system, because that'll be going over the explanations I went through here, while also providing video footage as an example for all my fellow visual learners. You did understand more now than you did when I started. Excellent. It's all about progress. All right. I think we are good. I would say we are good. So, we're going to go ahead and wrap things up for today. Made a lot of good progress. Looking forward to get these videos out along with more videos when we get Neverness to Everness launching. As for stream this week, tomorrow is looking like probably more Zenless and maybe more NtE brainstorming. I do plan on rating Senzane's stream. For those of you who don't know, Senzane is a good longtime friend of mine, and they are going to be streaming Star Rail's 4.2 anniversary launch. They're currently playing Enfield in the meantime. So if you're into Enfield or into Star Rail, we'll be sending you over there in a moment. As for me, you can catch me here on Twitch or on YouTube. We also have the Discord available where you can join in, get updates what's going on with me in the channel. Talk about Neverness to Everness, talk about Zenless. I do have channels open for Neverness to Everness for anybody looking for assistance. I also plan on building a resource page for useful links and articles to help people out. My goal is always to help people better learn and teach about the games they play so we can all have a better time together. And with that, let's go ahead and raid our good pal Senzane. I'm gonna get some rest. Y'all have a good one, and let's head over.